on the record during the meetings.
Thank you.
You gonna start the time over?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, at this time, I will call our meeting to order at 10:44. I want to welcome everyone to the 196th meeting of the New York State Board for Historic Preservation. Today is Thursday, September 12th, 2024. And I want to thank our host, the New York State Museum, for letting us use the Huxley Auditorium. The quorum for this meeting is an in-person quorum required in this room, but the meeting is also being offered virtually as a WebEx webinar. And I want to draw our attention to the fact that we are within the 100th anniversary year of the great New York State Park System. We'll begin with calling the roll. I'm asking Kathy Howe to include Chuck Vandry, a colleague of ours that we have lost since the last meeting, in the roll call at the end, after which we will offer a moment of silence.
Wint Aldrich.
Present.
Can I ask the members of the board to introduce themselves briefly in terms of their role on the board?
Wint Aldrich, former Deputy Commissioner for Historic Preservation at State Parks.
Carol Clark.
Present. I'm a professor of historic preservation and a former deputy commissioner of state parks.
Jay DiLorenzo.
J.D. Lorenzo, President of the Preservation League of New York State.
Molly Garfinkel.
Present. I'm Molly Garfinkel. I am the co-director of City Lore in New York City.
Here, Wayne Goodman, Executive Director of the Landmark Society of Western New York in Rochester.
Kristen Herron.
Kristen Herron, Program Director for Design Arts and Museums. I represent the New York State Council on the Arts.
Erica Krieger.
Erica Krieger here. I'm representing Secretary of State, and I am an architect.
Jennifer Lamette.
Here, I'm the Chief Curator of History here at the New York State Museum and represent the Commissioner of Education.
Tom Maggs.
I've been a commissioner, I've been an appointed commissioner since the late 90s with parks and historic sites.
Doug Pirelli.
Currently serving as chair of the board. I serve as an archaeologist on the board. I'm a teaching professor at the University of Buffalo and director of the Archaeological Survey.
Gretchen Soren, absent. And Chuck Vandry.
Thank you. Moving to the next agenda item, approval of the June 2024 SRB minutes. Does anyone have a question or a comment about the minutes?
Motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
And if I could ask the board members when they're proposing a motion to also say your name each time,
That would
be helpful.
The hearing for the.
Yes, I did. Thank you.
Commission.
Right. Our first real item on the agenda is the preservation of the Adirondacks by Aaron Toth.
Historic districts on their agenda.
Hi, everyone. I didn't get a tutorial on what to do. Do I just green button will move forward? All right. How do I move back? There we go. Hi, everybody. Good morning. And thank you so much to the New York State Board for Historic Preservation, Chair Pirelli, Deputy Commissioner McKay, Kathy Howe, and everyone for this invitation to speak here today about Adirondack architectural heritage, which I'll refer to as ARCH, and preservation in the Adirondacks. I'm so honored to be here today. I wonder if I can move this so I'm not like right on top of you guys. I'm honored to be here today to talk about ARCH and to see so many friends and colleagues. I know several of you know our organization very well, and a few of you may not. And in appreciation of the moment of silence for Chuck Vandry, I wanted to acknowledge his loss, and I was very privileged to work closely with him over the last 3 years on preservation issues in the Adirondacks. So I was feeling his loss keenly as I put this together. So about ARCH, we were founded in 1990 with a mission to promote, can everybody hear me okay? I know this is not really picking up. To promote better public understanding, appreciation, and stewardship of the Adirondack region's unique and diverse cultural heritage and architectural heritage. This is our full-time staff of 5 who are based in our Keysville office. We have myself, Wilkes Jordan, our Camp Santanoni Historic Site Manager, Nolan Kuhl, our Education Programs Director, Christine Bush, our Preservation Services Director, and Samantha Johnson, who is our Membership and Communications Director. Our office building on Keysville's Main Street was built circa 1849, and it was built for the offices of the Eagle Horse Nail Company, which shortly after that became the Ausable Horse Nail Company, remaining there until 1923. And we back up, that's the Ausable River you see on that top left slide. Behind our office building is a historic stone mill built around the same time, and these are both rare survivors of mid-19th century water-powered industrial buildings, reflecting the community of Keysville's industrial heritage. Both our office building, the stone arch bridge next to it, and the stone mill behind are built of sandstone quarried from the banks of the river. We acquired the office building and stone mill in 2008, and I should say I've been with Arch since 2021, and I came on as executive director following Stephen Engelhardt, who I'm sure most, if not all of you know, was the founding executive director and retired just before I came in. So under Stephen's leadership, Arch acquired our office building and the stone mill. We rehabilitated this building for our offices, and 2 years ago sold the buildings to a couple who have property in Keysville. We leased the building back, and this mill here is being repurposed for events, including the Keysville Community Arts Festival. And I just wanted to give a shout out to Keysville because it has remarkable architectural heritage, and it is a National Register Historic District, and if you haven't driven through, it is worth it. It's very cool. And now you can get a cup of coffee there too. Arch works to preserve the region's architecture and communities through partnership and collaboration in education, action, and advocacy. Here are some photos that represent ways in which we fulfill our mission through educational tours and programs, hands-on technical workshops. We work with communities and individuals seeking to preserve their buildings. We share information about funding and technical assistance, and preserving and interpreting Great Camp Santanoni in Newcomb, which we have done in partnership with DEC, the Department of Environmental Conservation, and the town of Newcomb since our founding. So there you see a variety of what we do and the architectural diversity in the region. Our educational programs, this is a footbridge in Wanakena, showcase the architecture and built heritage of our region. We bring cultural programs to year-round regional residents, and we draw heritage tourists to learn more about Adirondack architecture. In 2003, we offered 31 day-long tours and hands-on workshops, and we do that in a 3-month period, plus 11 webinars and in-person talks. This year, we have 34 educational tours and traditional trade arts workshops. And so these programs examine the architecture while exploring how history and place come together for the audience and the attendees. And also in working with communities, we've really worked with them and changed ways in which they present themselves and their heritage in terms of marketing and planning. And that's why I showcased Wanakena here. We've worked with this hamlet for years, highlighting its history as a lumber community for the Rich Lumber Company and the State Ranger School nearby. We've also, since our founding, brought attention to the importance of Adirondack rustic architecture. This is our Racket Lake tour. I took this photo a few weeks ago at Camp Pine Knot, William West Durant's first camp on Racket Lake's Long Point, and what many refer to as the start of the Adirondack rustic style, built following his first visit to Racket Lake in 1876. And I'll pause here, and I'm just going to ask, usually I say how many people have been to the Adirondacks, but I'll say how many people have not been to the Adirondacks? All right, good.
Among friends.
That's good. I figured. That's why I didn't. Also, but our programs are not just about Adirondack rustic architecture. This is Santa's Workshop in Wilmington, a place I know Leslie just visited. And it's sometimes cited as the first amusement park in the country. Lake Placid businessman Julian Reese reached out to J native Arto Monaco in the late 1940s to design and develop this storybook-themed site. Arto Monaco attended the Pratt Institute in New York City, worked for MGM Studios, and Santa's workshop here opened in 1949 and has been open ever since then. So we've highlighted the history of this place through tours, but we're also providing technical assistance to the owner as they're undertaking research for a possible National Register nomination. So you may hear more about this down the road. We also visit places beyond the Blue Line. This year we went to Buffalo to explore the connections between Buffalo and the Adirondacks and tour some of their iconic masterpieces, but also the architectural connections specific to the firm of Green and Wicks. And that picture there is the privately owned Georgia Foreman House, designed by Green and Wicks, and taken from the really extraordinary gardens that were designed by American landscape architect Ellen Biddle Shipman. So this was an extraordinary house, and this is Assembly House 150, which they teach traditional trades arts, and that's something that we're involved in and took some inspiration from that remarkable nonprofit. This is the St. Lawrence County Government Center, which I think you all might recognize. We write and research National Register nominations. We offer a series of webinars, primarily in the off-season, to continue to engage our audience. And this was, we were really fortunate to be able to present a webinar with Dr. Alice Green, who very sadly passed away in the last month as well, talking about her history growing up as an African-American in the Adirondacks in Essex County. And then we showcase the work of our preservation of our colleagues in architectural salvage. And of course, we have an awards program like all the preservation nonprofits. And these are our Preservation Award winners this year. And if you're interested, you could come to our program on Friday, October 4th at War Cannon Spirits in Crown Point. But we also serve as a fiscal sponsor to for grassroots preservation efforts and friends groups. And for the last 30 years, we've worked with fire tower friends groups to talk about the importance of preserving these iconic structures on the landscape. And we've served as the umbrella organization for these friends groups over the years. For many of them that have then spun off and become their own nonprofits, we're still serve as the umbrella group for Friends of Hurricane and Friends of Pocamoonshine, both fantastic hikes if you're up there in the Adirondacks. And more recent fiscal sponsorship right now, Hurricane Mountain and Pocamoonshine are, operate really independently. We've been actively involved as the fiscal sponsor and advisor for 2 active projects. This is the Thomas Memorial AME Zion Church in Watertown. And it was built by the congregation who manufactured those concrete blocks themselves in 1909. Shamika Ingram, you see there, of Preservation in Color, has been the leader in this effort, and we're part of a coalition to stabilize the church, which has been vacant for over 10 years, and find a new use for it. So we've been working with the local community to find that use that will best serve the community. It was listed on the Preservation League of New York State 7 to Save, and the project was fortunate enough to receive a grant from the Preservation League's Preservation Opportunities Fund and a grant from the National Trust for Historic Preservation's Preserving Black Churches program. So even though Watertown, our service region is of course, the Adirondacks and region inside the Blue Line, but also all of the counties that have land inside the Blue Line. So that does not include Jefferson County, but we are the closest preservation group there. So we are serving as though that was part of our region. And we have showcased this project as well in a tour. A different project that we've been stewarding and serving as a sponsor of is pretty different, but also very cool. This is the steamboat Tuscarora in Blue Mountain Lake. And retired colleague Mark Peckham has been involved somewhat in this as well. In 2023, we became the fiscal sponsor for the Friends of the Tuscarora, which is fundraising to relocate this steamboat, which is currently sitting there on private property in someone's yard on Blue Mountain Lake, to a site down the road, more in the middle of the hamlet, with the goal to interpret its role in the history of the region in an accessible exhibit space. The steamboat has been documented by the Historic American Engineering Record, thanks to a grant from the 1772 Foundation that ran through ARCH. And the current fundraising effort is for money to evaluate her relocation plan, build a steel cradle for the hull to secure a safe and smooth transition. And so you see the historic images there. One of the really interesting things about this particular site is that the interior is a mid-20th century bunkhouse. So when it was brought up onto land, the owner of the camp on Blue Mountain Lake was an architect, and he designed the interior bunkhouse. So it is completely intact inside, not at all as a steamboat, but as this camp bunkhouse, which is pretty cool. And I believe the intention is to continue, showcasing both aspects of this structure's history. Last year, actually 2 years ago, we were fortunate enough to receive a grant from the Paul Brune Historic Revitalization Grant Program of the National Park Service. And for the first time, we added funding support to our toolbox of ways that we fulfill our mission. We did this through we created the Adirondack Rural Revitalization Program, funding capital rehabilitation projects that can contribute to community character, follow preservation standards, and create economic development through supporting new or continuing uses of publicly accessible historic buildings. We funded 11 projects in 8 counties in every corner of our service region, totaling over $680,000 in matching grants. And I thought I'd feature this. I suspect you all know the historic Salem Courthouse in Washington County, and we're funding rehabilitation of the main hall and the fire safety upgrade. But really, it's also investing in a very important community resource, and the work of the Historic Salem Courthouse Association and the importance of their role in the village really can't be understated. They serve a variety of purposes, and that's what this program is supposed to be, is investing in the capital projects to help support the nonprofits like that. And Camp Santanoni. So we were founded in part to save Camp Santanoni, which is shown here from Newcomb Lake. It remains standing today thanks to the effort of a brilliant coalition that I was not a part of, but I'm really so privileged to learn and understand about their work and the behind the scenes advocacy. And there's somebody in the room today who was there for all of that, and to which I owe a lot of thanks. And Camp Santanoni welcomed its first guests in 1893 and is one of the earliest examples of what became known as an Adirondack Great Camp. I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. How many of you have been to Camp Santanoni? Not as many people as, so it's worth a trip. And I'm going to go through this history relatively quickly because that's interesting, but I really want to talk about the preservation issues that surrounded the advocacy to save it and that continue today. And here is where I'm going to pause again because I wish Chuck was in the room, and he's here really in spirit with us right now. So it was built for Robert and Anna Prine as a retreat from the city. The Prines lived on Willett Street in Albany when it was first built in a house designed by Robert Robertson, who was the architect for the main camp, and was a college friend of Robert Prine's. So the Prines acquired almost 13,000 acres in the town of Newcomb, which is known as the Santanoni Preserve. even today. This entire 13,000 acre is part of the National Historic Landmark, Great Camp Santanoni. This closer view gives you a sense, everything you see outlined in the dark green is the 32-acre Camp Santanoni historic area, which was created in 2000 simultaneously with a historic area unit management plan and designation of the site as a National Historic Landmark. It was listed on the National Register in the late 80s, but it became a National Historic Landmark in 2000. The main camp complex is almost 5 miles from Route 28N. It overlooks Newcomb Lake and was the first part of the Great Camp that was built by the Prines. It also includes a gate lodge complex, you see down at the bottom, and a farm complex 1 mile in. And here's the layout of the main camp, a plan with connecting buildings, with no one grand entrance, typical in the Adirondack Great Camp style, connecting to with a series of interconnecting porches totaling 5,000 square feet. Again, typical in the Great Camp style, and if you've read Wes Haynes's multiple property documentation form for Adirondack camps, it follows all of those features. You've got materials brought from the surrounding region. You have a series of buildings that contain the different uses. Here's the front room that was used for lounging and occasional dancing. The porch, which was the outside space. This is the at the farm, because when the main camp was finished, and I'm really going through this quickly because I could talk about Santanoni for hours, but I want to just kind of whet your appetite with it. This is the earliest building at the farm site. So Robert Prine was very interested in creating a gentleman's farm and worked with Edward Burnett, the noted gentleman's farm developer, in the spring of 1896, a few years after the main camp was built. And so here's the gardener's cottage, which was actually there on the site and relocated and then kind of rehabilitated and updated at the time of the Prines. This is the barn that was another very important part of the complex and sadly burned 20 years ago. But it was a massive dairy barn. And the creamery built in 1904 was really the centerpiece with the barn, a partner to the barn that's across the street, across Newcomb Lake Road. And it designed by, we believe it was designed by Delano and Aldrich as they were working on other Santanoni projects at the time, such as the Gate Lodge, which I'll show in a moment. And so the dairy provided safe milk and dairy products to the Prines and their guests. And there's still glass bottles with the Santanoni label circulating in the town of Newcomb. So Robert Prine wanted to keep his camp complex private and designed this gate lodge as a point of entry in 1905. As I mentioned, designed by Delano and Aldrich. Robert Prine and Robert Robertson had a falling out, and the history behind that is kind of fascinating, but I'm not going to go into it because I know I have time, and I'm giving myself 25 minutes, but I know we started late. So am I good for the full time?
Your time.
Okay. So this complex was meant to keep the public out. So Robert Prine privatized what was a public road as he developed his camp complex. And this was at the front of that road. And that was meant as a barrier for the community. This is a picture of the Melvins. Crandall and Myron Melvin bought Camp Santanoni in 1953. So the Prines purchased it in 1892, built the main camp, built the farm, built the gate lodge. Robert and Anna pass away, and the camp goes into ownership of a family trust and kind of into decline. The family trust doesn't really maintain the property. And so it's sold to the Melvins of Syracuse, a prominent Syracuse family of bankers and lawyers. And the Melvins owned Santanoni for the following 20 years. And we don't have a lot of documentation about this. It's really oral history because the children of the Melvins are still alive and we've spoken to them. But what I really want to mention and honor them for is they undertook a number of repairs to the buildings at the camp. There were about 45 buildings as part of this complex. And without their investment, they probably wouldn't have been able to be restored when we were eventually able to get involved. So they really played a very significant role. And unfortunately, a family member of theirs, a young boy, disappeared at the end of their ownership. And that is often kind of the defining characteristic of their ownership of the site. But I think it's important to note, what they contributed. So then the creation of the APA in the early 1970s, the Melvins had been in discussions about selling the camp to the Nature Conservancy for inclusion in the forest preserve. They ultimately were able to transfer it to the Nature Conservancy, who then passed it along to New York State. And in 1972, the state became the fourth owner of the collective property, adding it to the forest preserve. And this was the point at which there began a conversation about what to do with the buildings, because they were not in compliance with the Forever Wild statute. And that's really the crux of what we deal with in terms of issues in the Adirondacks that are distinctive to that region. It's a rural region with typical rural issues, hamlets, food deserts, this intersection of poverty and tourists and second homeowners. But added onto that is this layer of challenge, because you have all of the publicly owned buildings are inside of the forest preserve. And as the state acquires land, and as they still either acquire land or as leaseholdings expire, there's the question of what to do with these non-conforming buildings. So the state went through a series, which I won't get too into, but they went through a series of plans about what to do with the buildings at the preserve, whether to designate it as a special purpose area, use it as a training center, caretaker housing, but it was really the land that was the top priority for DEC. And in this time, the state acquired other great camps, Top Ridge in 1973, Nahosny and Sagamore in 1975, really the service buildings of Sagamore. But it's what they did at Centennial that became precedent. And kind of interestingly, and I acknowledge Preservation League's role in this, because the Preservation League is absolutely key to having Centennial remain and Sagamore. So the Preservation League was formed at this time, advocating for Sagamore, holding a conference there to talk about the importance of Adirondack rustic architecture, and brokering the deal that saved Sagamore from being transferred to New York State, and then ultimately creating the Sagamore Institute. Then, of course, Top Ridge, which is now privately owned, had a very different preservation solution. It hosted a conference about what to do about cultural heritage in the wilds, and Centennial was a main topic there. And then Nahosny, of course, was taken down, and now Lake Lila has no buildings on it. So Centennial sits to deteriorate. The DEC commissioner says, if it qualifies for the National Register, then they will save it. It gets listed on the National Register in 1987. In 1990, at the Preservation League's annual conference in Alexandria Bay, ARCH is formed. Howard Kirchenbaum, our founding director, convened a meeting really about what to do about Camp Centennial. And I have old logos here to indicate the era of the conversation. But there was a demolition order out for Camp Centennial that thankfully never made it to implementation. And in 1991, Governor Mario Cuomo announced that it would be preserved, thanks to some advocacy from then Assemblyman Maurice Hinchey. So then there was a coalition that was formed, DEC, the Town of Newcomb, the Preservation League, ARCH, and others. And this committee was critical to saving the site. The town was a key partner in recognizing the importance of heritage tourism. and has been a critical partner since the beginning. Here's a photo of the National Historic Landmark dedication in 2000. This is in the 90s, Arch and the town were responsible for much of the repair work, really just trying to keep the buildings from collapsing. And so the National Historic Landmark designation, the historic area land classification, and the unit management plan were key landmarks, key thresholds that we achieved in making sure that the site would be saved. And then, sadly, 4 years later, the main barn burned following there had been a national or a historic structure report done for the barn and the farm complex completed by Wes Haynes. There had been a conservation plan for the site, and this was a tremendous loss and also really made us aware of the importance of fire protection and general protection from vandalism for this very remote location. Within my first month at Arch, about 3 years ago, our big capital project to replace the main roof at Camp Santanoni at the main lodge and at the gate lodge was completed. This was funded through a grant from Save America's Treasures and the Environmental Protection Fund through DEC, and funding from the town of Newcomb with management support from Arch. And really over the 30 years preceding this, Arch and the Santanoni partners had focused on keeping Santanoni from collapse. And so coming into Arch at the conclusion of the roof project gave me the luxury of thinking beyond building triage. And that picture down at the bottom is a meeting we had just earlier this summer in June to talk about fire protection. And that's our current project, is fire suppression. Because as you saw, the barn burned. I don't know if any of you were aware, recently there were some campers on Saranac Lake that started a forest fire with, they began a campfire with gasoline and created a forest fire situation. So there are campsites all around the main lodge here. The fire is a very real threat, not to mention 5,000 square feet of porches that might be very inviting for somebody to start a campfire on. So, so this is our focus right now, is implementing and installing a fire suppression system. We're using a high pressure water mist system, working with RAND Fire Suppression, who did the work at Olana, among other places, other state parks owned National Historic Landmarks. And even 24 years after the Camp Santanoni Historic Area designation, there are individuals and groups who find this classification problematic, who have told me they, if it catches fire, oh well, maybe it's just burn, rather than install fire suppression. So that gives you a sense of the challenge that we're still facing 50 years plus after the property was transferred to the state. Beyond the protection of the site, we are continuing to run we have an annual intern program funded through the town of Newcomb, bringing college and graduate students and professionals to Camp Santanoni each summer to live at the Gate Lodge, give tours, learn trades, working on restoration and maintenance projects. We're also focused on developing new interpretive themes and tours. We now give weekly tours of the farm. We give monthly tours of the Gate Lodge complex. We created an art and music day this summer. And we always talk about the history of the site and the land as it existed prior to the Prine's ownership in 1892. This road and the buildings had people occupying it well before Robert and Anna Prine. And my last slide are these two images. This is Camp Intermission on the top. That's the William Morris of the Talent Agency house on Lake Colby. It's now part of Camp Colby, which is a DEC-run camp. Lake Colby is in Saranac Lake. It was designed by William Diston. It's on the National Register. And that's DeBar Pond Lodge, which is a little bit further north of Lake Colby on DeBar Pond. It is also on the National Register, also designed by William Diston. With different preservation issues, the William Morris House there at Camp Intermission has been vacant because the DEC doesn't really have a use for it. They're trying to figure out how it fits in with running a youth summer camp. Whereas DeBar Pond Lodge at DeBar Pond, it's almost the same, is the same Camp Santanoni story, where it's in the middle of a preserve. It was a privately owned preserve that was transferred to the state. There was a lease on it after the transfer. So even though this transfer happened well over 30 years ago, it was allowed to be privately occupied until about the last 10 years. And there are many people who want it, environmental groups and others who want to see it taken down as a non-conforming structure within the forest preserve. So that DeBar Pond has no buildings or structures on it and can go back to forever wild. And this is an issue where it remains to be seen what happens. We have been, ARCH has been advocating for DeBar Pond Lodge for decades, trying to find a solution, knowing that the lease was going to be up at some point. And then once it was up, trying to figure out what to do with it, how to use it. We had a solution, again, thanks to Howie Kirschenbaum, still on our board, who created a private institute who was willing to take it on and run it as a nonprofit, which required a constitutional amendment. And there's one of those other challenges, is that you can't lease buildings inside of the forest preserve. So where state parks often has these public-private partnerships, that's not an option for us. It needs to be removed from the forest preserve through a constitutional amendment. And unfortunately and sadly, at the end of 2023, the town of Duane, in which DeBar Pond Lodge sits, issued a statement that they do not support the preservation of DeBar Pond Lodge. So it is the opposite of the town of Newcomb. And the late town supervisor, George Cannon, whose name I want to make sure to note. You really have to have the support of a broad coalition, always in preservation, but especially in the Adirondacks. And so without the town of Duane's support, the constitutional amendment that we had hoped would be passed was pulled. The bill was pulled in the legislature. And we are aware that DEC is revising the unit management plan. Every region, every area in the Adirondacks and the Forest Preserve is supposed to has a unit management plan, and will suggest what to do with this site. They had proposed demolishing it and creating an intensive use site with a big picnic pavilion and parking lots. Nobody liked that. I don't think they're going to move forward with it. Who knows? I'm just guessing because it was not particularly well received, but it remains to be seen whether they suggest that it be preserved or taken down and the whole site reverted and following the wild forest provisions. So these are the preservation issues that continue. There are additional buildings and sites that we know of that had these same private leases that expire at the end of 2024. I think one might expire in 2025. So all of these deals that were brokered in the last 40 or 50 years are kind of coming due. So it's kind of the same story each time, and each site has its own challenges, its own structures, its own interests. All right, thank you for your time. This is our plaster workshop group in front of the Graves Mansion in Ausable Forks, which is where we host our plaster workshops. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about this. Oh, I also have newsletters if you would like to take. I didn't print many out, but I'm just going to put them on the table up there if you'd like to take a look and learn more.
Great job.
All right, moving on to the next agenda item. The National Register nomination reviews. Chelsea Towers will get us started.
Okay, hi everybody. So thank you for joining us at the Huxley Theater in the New York State Museum in Albany. We welcome our nomination sponsors, consultants, and property owners who have worked very hard alongside our staff to prepare the nominations you'll see today. We have a packed agenda, so I'm going to be pretty brief. Today you'll hear about 24 nominations, several of which are additional documentation amendments from 17 counties across New York State. With these nominations, we will potentially add over 1,500 properties to the National Register in recognition of historic significance. We will hear about shipwrecks and marine archaeology, railroad and industrial history. We'll learn about how a small village transformed into a thriving craft colony, and even about the history of sailing vessels and leisure activities. Of these nominations, 13 are in support of commercial tax credit applications and 11 are honorary designations. Over the past several meetings, my comments to the board have been marked by growth within the Survey National Register unit, as well as some sad goodbyes, and this meeting is no different. Since we last met, the unit has welcomed Olivia Holland, who joins us after completing her master's in historic preservation from Pratt Institute, and started just over 3 weeks ago. Over there. And in some unfortunate news, this will be the last meeting for both Tabitha O'Connell in the National Register Unit and Jen Wilkowski in the Part 1 Tax Credit Unit. Tabitha joined us just over a year and a half ago, but made a substantial impact during their short time here. And as the board will know, Jen has been presenting nominations for over 10 years and has been a particularly strong advocate for tax credits and the National Register program in Buffalo for much of that time. We wish both of them luck during the next portion of their careers. The entire staff have worked very hard to prepare the nominations and presentations you'll hear about today, but a special thank you to Aaron Cernicki, who prepared the nomination slides that we're going to be using. For our guests who are joining us remotely and who have a special interest in the nominations presented here today, you are welcome to offer comment following the presentation of your specific nomination. Each virtual attendee should have the ability to unmute themselves when it is your turn to speak. So with that, we'll begin the presentations with our first nomination in Orange County with Sugarloaf Historic District.
Hi, everyone. I am here to talk about, first of all, the Sugarloaf Historic District. This district is comprised of a small group of 19th and 20th century buildings sited on both sides of Kings Highway in the hamlet of Sugarloaf, which is located in the town of Chester in Orange County. Oops. It contains 69 resources, 54 of which are contributing. It is significant for both its early history as an agricultural hamlet and for its later revitalization as a crafts village. So here you see the boundary, and these historic maps show that same area. Okay. The boundary encompasses the historic core of the hamlet as represented on historical maps. It was established in the 18th century as a community center and a stopping place for travelers on Kings Highway, which is the main road that runs north-south, and then it turns to the east. Besides the farms at the outskirts, the earliest settlement was at the Pine Hill Road and Kings Highway intersection. That's shown at the top, where there were services like a blacksmith and a hotel and livery stable, pictured here in the top left. The hamlet's major development occurred in the 1800s as more houses were constructed along Kings Highway. The Methodist Church was built in 1852, a creamery was established in the 1850s, and in the 1860s, the Warwick Valley Railroad, which later became part of the Lehigh and Hudson River Railroad, was built through the hamlet. In addition to the stores, hotels, and other services the hamlet provided, the local economy was based on agriculture. Dairy farming was especially profitable, and milk and butter were shipped out from the creamery via the railroad. However, during the first half of the 1900s, the local economy suffered as larger dairy companies outcompeted small local ones, and the Great Depression struck. During the 1930s, the Sugarloaf Hotel, the creamery, and the school all closed, and in 1939, passenger service on the railroad ended. In the 1960s, however, change came to Sugarloaf with the arrival of Walter Cannon, a former resident of Long Island. He and his family settled in Sugarloaf, and he started a business selling materials from old barns called the Barn Cider, shown here on the right. His success led him to envision the hamlet becoming a community of craftspeople, and he joined with woodcarver Jarvis Boone, whose workshop is shown in the top left, to make that a reality. Within a few years, Sugarloaf was home to candle makers, a batik dyer, a needle crafter, a stained glass designer, a lamp maker, leather crafters, metal workers, and lapidary artists, all of whom adapted the homes along Kings Highway to hold studios and shops. The hamlet hosted regular art shows and craft fairs that made Sugarloaf known throughout the region, and it still maintains a reputation as a hub for handmade goods today. We have received multiple letters of support for this nomination, which is sponsored by the Sugarloaf Community Foundation. We have also received public comment from the Sugarloaf Historical Society, who would prefer that the district have a larger boundary. The board was provided with this letter prior to today's meeting.
Questions or comments about the Sugarloaf Historic District from the board? I have a question. The 1967 craftspeople movement, how responsible is that for the drawing of the boundaries of the district compared to the architectural significance?
So the boundary is largely based on the earlier hamlet boundary, as this same area is the center of the craft village. This kind of, you can see how the development is centered there on this stretch of Kings Highway, and then it gets a lot sparser to the south. Up to the northwest is a newer development, just a residential development that isn't connected to the craft village at all. So this boundary encompasses both the historical, like earlier core of development, and the main area where the craft village businesses and things are centered.
Thank you. Other questions or comments?
It's kind of an interesting bifocal story here, which makes me think of the Washington Heights
Right.
project that we'll
Yeah.
talk about later. But it's interesting.
Just adding on to what Wynn said, it certainly is interesting with the early beginnings and then this wonderful revitalization later. It's just an unusual story, and certainly one that's worthy given its characteristics of being on the register.
Any other questions or comments?
Just in regards to the concern, certainly there's precedent that should there be additional research in the future, boundaries can change, correct?
Exactly, yes.
Just throwing that out.
Yeah, great point.
Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
A second?
Wayne seconds.
Wayne has the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Motion carries. Building number 31.
All right, so this is my second and final nomination for today. General Electric Building 31, which is located in downtown Schenectady. Originally, the building stood along the Erie Canal. You can see the building at the top right, until the canal was filled in to create what's now Erie Boulevard in 1922. The building was constructed around 1887 for the Westinghouse Illuminating Company, which was an early rival of Thomas Edison's company that was founded by inventor George Westinghouse Jr. This building served as the company's power station and offices, providing electricity to residents of Schenectady. However, Edison's rival company bought out the Westinghouse Company in 1891. The building was subsequently sold to the Schenectady Street Railway Company and served as the power station for them. These Sanborn maps from 1889, 1900, and 1914 show these the three different owners of the building, the last of which is General Electric. General Electric was formed in 1892 when J.P. Morgan bought and merged the Edison General Electric Company and the Massachusetts-based Thomas Houston Company. The location of Edison's former company in Schenectady grew into the main campus of GE, shown here, which dominated the northwest corner of the city. This 1905 map shows the location of the GE main campus in relation to Building 31, which is just to the east. GE acquired the building in 1898 when they bought out the Street Railway Company, and in 1909 they made it the home of their illuminating engineering laboratory. The field of illuminating engineering arose with the advent of the electric light. It was focused on lighting design, both the design of light fixtures themselves and the design of how a structure would be illuminated, taking into consideration placement, direction, and strength of the lights. GE employee William Darcy Ryan, shown here, was an early pioneer of the field, and he headed up the illuminating engineering laboratory at GE from when it was established until 1932. He is known for designing the lighting scheme of the Panama Pacific Exposition and for popularizing the use of flood lighting. The activities of the Illuminating Engineering Laboratory included research and testing of new products and lighting technologies. These photos show the headlight testing range that was located in Building 31. This photo shows that same space. You can see the same beams at the top there and the tracks that the location of the tracks where those headlights were. The Illuminating Engineering Lab remained in this building until 1948, when GE relocated that function to their Lynn, Massachusetts plant. The building was subsequently shifted to administrative and educational use. GE began to downsize in 1974, and in the 1980s, much of its Schenectady campus was demolished. This has left GE Building 31 as one of only a few surviving buildings in the city that were used by GE during its heyday. It is also a rare remaining 19th century industrial building in this section of Schenectady. It retains integrity as an industrial building from this period, with Italianate-style detailing on the exterior and heavy fire-resistant mill construction on the interior. This is a commercial tax credit project with an approved Part 1, and we've received a letter of support from the City of Schenectady, which is a CLG. Any questions?
Is there a plan for adaptive reuse?
Yes, but I do not know what it is.
Other questions or comments about GE 31? Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Tom, second.
I'll second.
Molly has the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstain? Motion carries. Thank you. GE building number 32.
Good morning. So spoiler, this building's right next door.
Okay.
It's the same owner, so it's also a tax credit project. As you know, it's in the city of Schenectady, and we are nominating this under C for architecture with a period of significance of 1909. GE Building 32 is a representative model of an intact reinforced concrete factory building constructed in accordance with emerging fireproofing techniques that emerged in the early 20th century. Locally significant under criterion C in the area of architecture, Building 32 clearly illustrates the daylight factory design, wherein a strong concrete frame allows for uninterrupted slab floor plans and large windows. Although this may not have been the first reinforced concrete structure built for General Electric, it is one of the few remaining buildings that represent General Electric's industrial history in Schenectady. Building 32 is located on the south side of Erie Boulevard, about halfway between downtown Schenectady and the original General Electric headquarters, which you saw on the larger map that Tabitha shared. It is still identifiable for its the GE headquarters are still identifiable for its iconic General Electric sign. And this building was built by the local architectural firm A.G. Lindley. When Building 32 was constructed in 1909, it fronted Dock Street, which is a narrow paved pedestrian road wedged between a line of commercial and industrial buildings and the Erie Canal. 2- and 3-story frame and brick commercial buildings line the canal, but Building 32 is the only one that was reinforced concrete or fireproof that was between General Electric and downtown Schenectady. Although it was originally built for the Mohawk Overall Company as the manufacturing facility for jean overalls, General Electric swooped in to acquire the building in 1915. This was a time of huge growth for GE, which essentially transformed Schenectady into a company town by the 1940s. Prior to the construction of I-890s, you can see on the top image that the building was essentially adjacent to the main campus. Early maps and photos from the first 2 decades of the 20th century illustrate that GE predominantly occupied mill factory structures such as the one Tabitha mentioned. These structures predated the reinforced concrete daylight factory design. The building's open floor plan was ideal for GE to use as their machine shop, but from the beginning, the ground floor also appeared to serve as a small meeting and training space for civil and military organizations. By 1932, the building was likely being used primarily as an educational building by GE and other organizations. It served in this capacity until it closed in 1987. The open plan industrial building plan or daylight factory design became popular in the late 19th and early 20th centuries after technological breakthroughs allowed for the mass production of reinforced concrete. This minimized problems typically seen in earlier mill factory designs, namely fires, lack of lighting and ventilation, and inflexible floor plans. From the exterior of Building 32, it's evident how the daylight factory design allows for abundant light to enter through numerous large windows on all elevations, and how the structurally sound frame supported slightly increased heights. An adjacent one-story building to the right of this that you can see on the top was constructed in the 1970s, but it's not connected internally, so it's not part of this nomination. The interior of Building 32 clearly exhibits the important features of daylight factory design, boasting many original materials such as metal windows, original floor plans with staircases on either end, and the reinforced concrete beams between each window bay. General Electric downsized and relocated in the 1970s, which initiated the rapid abandonment and demolition of most of their structures. So Building 32 is one of a few remaining buildings that represent GE's important history in Schenectady. The building was sold in 1987, and it's since gone through a series of commercial ventures before the current owner purchased it in 2008. It's slated for redevelopment as a commercial tax credit project. It does have an approved Part 1, and the Schenectady CLG has also approved this project.
Questions or comments about GE Building number 32 from the board?
Motion.
Second?
Aye.
Hey, thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Okay, the next project is the Lowville and Beaver River Railroad Historic District. This is located between Lowville and Croghan in Lewis County, and it's a significant example of a privately owned short line railroad and engineering work fundamentally linked the economic development of this region in northern New York to other markets. It's significant under criterion A in the area of transportation. The railroad was completed in 1906 and was operational until January of 2007. Here's a very broad map of the area. The Lowville and Beaver River Railroad, also known as the LBRR, is located in the Black River Valley, which is a rural region of northern New York, traditionally supported by agricultural and lumber industries due to its proximity to the foothills of the Adirondacks. Beginning in Lowville, the LBRR runs 10.6 miles northeast to Croghan, passing through the towns of Beaver Falls and New Bremen. Other than smaller washouts in the vicinity of Beaver Falls and intersections where the track has been buried, the railroad itself remains largely passable with brush and weed cutting. There are 28 contributing resources in the district, including 3 depots. In 1867, a main railroad line was chartered from Utica north to Lowville, later becoming part of the New York Central and Hudson River Line. This was an important development that connected Lewis County to the Erie Canal. The terminus in Lowville included an original depot, which was replaced after the LBRR was opened in the early 20th century, an engine yard, and one of the most interesting features that survives, a dining house where passengers could stop for refreshments. This map from 1885 on the top
and the old postcard below it, that is from 1910, shows that the dining house looks nearly identical to today. As the oldest contributing structure, the dining house marks the beginning of the period of significance. Because the New York Central Railroad ended in Lowville, transportation from the surrounding region to the main railroad line remained burdensome, particularly in winter months prior to the opening of the LBRR short line. By the turn of the century, capitalists in Lewis County had an invested interest in growing their industrial pursuits. They took action by engaging the locals and funding a short line railroad heading north from Lowville. For $100, you could purchase a share in the railroad with the promise that it would haul all of your produce and cattle and bring goods practically to your doorstep. This funding model, in which the railroad stocks were all held by locals, was a rarity at the time. In 1906, the LBRR was opened and it connected the region to markets beyond via the main line at Lowville. It quickly proved successful, particularly for the two largest employers in the area, Thomas Basselin's Lumber Company, you can see him on the top, and the J.P. Lewis Paper Company. The J.P. Lewis Paper Company produced pulp well into the 20th century with the claim to fame that they made beaverboard, on which the famous painting American Gothic was adhered. A spur of the LBRR still crosses Beaver Falls directly to the former J.P. Lewis site. In Lowville, the LBRR boasted a new depot and located their offices in the dining house, but the line also contains many engineering feats that survive throughout the corridor. This includes several crossings over the Black River, such as a 1,000-foot trestle bridge, a steel truss bridge, and a low steel girder bridge above a pond that allowed for ice to be easily loaded after harvesting it from the water. Each of the 4 settlements along the line include a depot, 3 of which survive and are included as contributing resources. The LBRR includes 2 remarkable Armstrong turntables, one in Lowville and one in Croghan, 2 engine houses, oil and sand sheds, and a variety of crossings, including the several bridges mentioned before. As a collection, the contributing resources reflect the history of New York's short-line railroads throughout the 20th century. You can see here that the 3 remaining depots, Lowville on the top left, Beaver Falls on the right, and Croghan on the bottom left, retain excellent integrity and are representative examples of small rural railroad stations in northern New York. The LBRR is distinct as one of the few, if not the only remaining short-line railroad in New York that retains nearly all of its buildings and structures that reflect pivotal changes in the state's transportation industry. This is an honorary nomination. It was sponsored by the Railways Historical Society of Northern New York. We have 7 owners. Of those, we received 4 letters of support, 2 letters of objection, and the letters of objection were from the railroad subsidiaries of the Genesee Valley Transportation Company. We also have Lori Holliday, who is the Croghan Town historian and a representative of the sponsor on the call, to say a few words. So Lori, if you're on, if you want to unmute yourself and say a couple of things.
Yes, on behalf of the Railway Historical Society, we thank you for hearing our presentation today. And as a Town of Croghan historian, I appreciate the work you do in preserving history for future generations. I can attest to the rarity of our short line railroad. There's only one other in New York State that is on the National Register. I have a saying.
So we can't hear you, and we're going to take steps to try to get this room set up so we can hear your comments. So just hang on 1 minute.
Okay.
Could you go back to the picture of the big cheese?
Wasn't that great? There's actually 2 pictures of big cheeses. This one
Sitting
here.
on cheese?
Yes. And so that's right outside of the depot there.
Is it cheddar?
Actually, that's a great question. Lori might be able to answer that for us. They also are the largest producer of maple in the state. The Maple Museum is in Croghan. And then one of my favorite pictures is actually on the title slide, which was the at this New York State Fair in 1921.
Wow.
Yeah. That almost beats out the butter sculpture.
2,200 cows.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Can you hear me now?
It might even be cream cheese or something like that. I bet you it's just New York cheddar.
So your mic's alive. Is hearing you, but.
Okay.
We're having trouble figuring out how to have you participate remotely in terms of the audio. I know you can hear us, but we can't hear you. And I'm being told that you don't know how to fix it. Okay. Can't hear you in the room, can hear you online, and we're still trying to work on that. So just hang on.
Yep.
And hopefully you don't mind us asking a couple questions.
Yeah, exactly. That's fine too.
One of the other interesting things, the history in this nomination is really detailed and interesting, and it's always interesting for me to read a sentence like the victory of the railroads over the canals in New York State. That transition happened so kind of quickly after the canals were it's just an interesting aspect of our history. And one other question, how did the turntable work? Were there horses there or
That's a good question.
turned that locomotive?
I'll be honest, if I knew that, I'd probably be working in engineering. But they're Armstrong turntables, which to my understanding are somewhat rare to see. I haven't seen one before.
Any ideas?
I think it said in the nomination
Yeah.
that it was so precisely balanced.
So it was,
If locomotive, presumably it's just only one vehicle at a time, were
centered.
centered, one man could push the thing around, and you could see in the photograph that there were small casters on the outer edge, and the thing.
my phone, I could watch
It's just hard to imagine.
It's hard to imagine.
You can see that you wouldn't be able to push it.
And that fellow was known as the Big Cheese.
That's where they stored it. The depot or not the depot, the engine yard in Loudville does have one of the turntables. I don't know if I included a picture of it, but there is some rolling stock that was unrelated to the LBRR that the owner of that property has on that turntable. And I'm happy to send pictures. It is really neat. We didn't include that rolling stock because it's unrelated, but it's perfectly balanced exactly in the center there. It makes it a little harder to see the turntable, which is why I chose to include this one, but.
Was there ever a consideration of criterion C for architecture?
Yes. We decided on transportation just simply because we felt like some of the integrity issues with some of the depots may pose a problem if it was strictly under A. And then when we were really discussing the history, the rarity of the railroad as a whole versus the architecture itself of the buildings was what we found more significant.
Is this the first entire railroad that we've looked at?
Yeah, it's the whole thing.
Yeah.
I do know that there is one other short line that's listed, and it's the Adirondack line that, I'm forgetting the full name of it. I don't recall when that was listed on the National Register, but I want to say it was well over 15 to 20 years ago. But this is one of the very few I've found that has this level of integrity between the all of the resources that contribute to it beyond the tracks.
Southern Railway that came out of Rensselaer that went to Kinderhook to the park out there a number of years ago, that, what they call Albany and Southern.
Well, there was the
went to, and then I think it
one that's become a trailway was an interurban.
Yeah.
It wasn't really a
rail wasn't really, they call Albany Southern, they call it Albany Southern Railway, but it really wasn't.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if we would like to give that person my cell phone number.
Oh, good.
Oh, okay.
Good thought. Thank you, Eric.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. Great. Perfect. All right, I'm ready if you are. On behalf of the Railway Historical Society, we thank you for hearing our presentation today. As a Town of Croghan historian, I appreciate the work you do in preserving history for future generations. I can attest to the rarity of our short line railroad. There's only one other one in New York State on the National Register. I have a saying as the Town of Croghan historian: it is important to know what our ancestors did to get us here today. It's one thing to read about it from a book, but to see all 4 depots, track, turntables, swing bridge, to touch it, to feel the wind going through your hair as you ride down the rails on historic rail equipment, tour the Krogan Depot, see where the station agent's family live, and to step in the footsteps of railroad workers gives life to the tour guide's words and the words in a history book. This puts history to heart. It plants the seed of history for future generations. With the nomination of the Lava Beaver River Railroad Historic District to the state and national registers, our community will be able to water its history and make it come more alive by opening doors for us to access grants for future historic preservation work. This will help us to reach more hearts by placing the love of history within each smiling face that visits our community. Thank you again for your time.
Wow, fantastic.
Thank you, Lori.
Great.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Well, there was a letter of objection, as I understand it, reading it. It's the owner of the trackage.
Mm-hmm.
And there are 7 other owners of individual structures.
Mm-hmm.
And that means that there's just 1 objection out of 8.
Correct.
Like that.
That's
But it is a curious anomaly. Most of the land is owned by the objector.
Yeah, to clarify, we have 7 property owners. 2 of those are the rail line. Actually, this is a good photo of it. There's technically 2 rail lines that run parallel through Lowville, and one is the LBRR on the right. It veers off just north of Lowville, and then the other one veers to Carthage, which is not included in this nomination. So the Genesee Valley Transportation is the umbrella company, but each railway is a separate company. So there's 2 owners of the rail because of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have 4 other private property owners, or the Railway Society owners.
Thank you.
We did also receive a letter of support from the town of or not a letter of support, but a response from the town of New Bremen, who are who are supportive of this nomination.
Any other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion?
I move.
Second?
Second.
Carol, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Doug, before we move to the next nomination, I just wanted to say that Gretchen Soren,
Oh, yeah.
another board member, has joined us. Thank you, Gretchen. And so we now have 12 board members. And Gretchen, do you want to briefly introduce yourself?
Crowd.
And then we'll move on to the next name.
I would have joined you earlier if I could have found a place to park.
I hear that.
Yeah, I know.
I was actually here at 10:30, so I'm not in the best mood, I have to say.
Great.
I kind of suspected that.
Oh, we can do that. We have the
But I had a nice 8-block walk and now I'm ready to.
Walk back to Oleander. That's right.
My name is Gretchen Soren. I'm the director of the Cooperstown Graduate Program in Museum Studies in Cooperstown. I have it right. Part of the State University of New York at Oneonta.
Thank you. Next up is the Seneca Chief Shipwreck. Jessica?
Okay, this is the Seneca Chief Shipwreck. And I should probably talk closer. The Seneca Chief Shipwreck is located on the bottomlands of Canandaigua Lake in the town of Canandaigua, Ontario County. The Seneca Chief Shipwreck is eligible for the National Register under Criterion D, as it has the potential to yield important information pertaining to its construction, its use for tourist, commercial, and agricultural industries of Canandaigua Lake during the 19th century, and the process of its abandonment. This nomination was prepared by Scott Hill and Joe Zarzinski. And the green button. I think it went. The green button. Okay, that's not me. Okay.
Thank you.
The Seneca Chief the Seneca Chief was built for the Canandaigua Lake Steamboat Company by David Bell, a prominent shipbuilder in Buffalo, New York, and was launched onto Canandaigua Lake in 1887. The Seneca Chief was a propeller-driven, steel-hulled commercial steam yacht, a class of steamboat known for its versatility as a craft that could carry both passengers and cargo. The Seneca Chief was primarily used for excursion trips, but also sometimes was used to support commercial and agricultural industries. After nearly 10 seasons on the lake, the vessel was salvaged for other uses and then towed out onto the lake and deliberately sunk. The Seneca Chief shipwreck was discovered by Scott Hill using high-tech aerial imagery from pictometry, complemented by scuba exploration. The vessel's location in 13 feet of water was surprising, as it was believed by historians that the shipwreck lay hidden in the deep waters of the lake. The nomination authors have deduced from historical weather data that although the hull was towed into deep water to sink, the westerly winds that day likely blew it into shallower water. When Scott Hill dove on the site, he found the hull to be in an excellent state of preservation, which is likely attributed to its sturdy steel construction and because it lies in fresh water, which is far less corrosive than salt water. The hull is covered in invasive zebra and quagga mussels, which prevented a full and detailed inspection of the steamer's exterior and interior hull during his inspection. Future investigations for the Seneca Chief shipwreck have the potential to yield additional important information about its use and its abandonment and on shipwreck formation processes. Additional inspections and recordation could yield information important to its design and how it was fitted as both an excursion craft and part-time utility boat. Information may also be found related to the process of salvaging and scuttling this vessel. For example, evidence might be found that sheds light on the rationale for salvaging some of the boat's components while not repurposing the steel in the hull. Additionally, a closer inspection of the hull could determine the procedure used for sinking the craft. The Seneca Chief steam yacht is a rare surviving artifact of a class of watercraft found on inland waters in the late 19th century in the northeastern United States. Therefore, the submerged watercraft offers a rare opportunity to gather more information about this class of vessel. Thank you.
Yeah, it's interesting. Questions or comments?
I think the meteorological research is very clever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is it in at this low point? It measures 9 feet. It's 13. Lake is 13 feet deep. That's a hazard navigation.
Yeah. Yeah.
4 feet difference. But those mussels are just disgusting.
I want to ask a question. I had a hard time with this one, really.
ahead.
I am not as convinced as everybody else seems to be. And so a lot of it was already removed before they sank it. So they took out the engine, took out other significant parts. They took out all of the significant parts. It's basically a shell, right? Is that correct?
Well, that's not known. Whether the rudder is present, there's some parts that could be buried in the sediment. They weren't able to look beneath the hull, and so it's settled into the sediment. And so there are some parts of it that they're not sure.
So there's possibly something.
Yes, there's possibly more.
Which in criterion D is a legitimate research question, which gets it into the ballpark, in my opinion.
And it will just continue to rot.
Yeah.
Until there's nothing left.
So is this going to be a dive site? Is this going to be like a recreational?
I'm not.
It's going to be publicized.
Is it? Well, the location won't be shared. So it will be, it will be on the National Register, but all the locations will be redacted.
Just for that reason.
Yes.
Is it possible that the mussels are helping to preserve the condition?
My understanding is that they continually eat away at metal.
So it's a threatened resource in that sense. Is there any plan to do anything with it?
I'm not aware of that. So Joe Zarzinski is here with us today, and if you'd like to ask him, he can, he's been doing some archaeology, so he just needs a moment.
Bring an enforcement action against the mussel.
Thank you. Yeah, step up. Thank you.
I know, they're bad.
Okay. The question again, please? Or just want my comments? Oh, yes. My name is Joseph W. Zarzinski. Too many Joes in the family, so call me Czar. I'm a maritime archaeologist and recently ended my tenure serving on the Sanctuary Advisory Council for the Lake Ontario National Marine Sanctuary. And I'm an independent researcher now. I've given up scuba diving after nearly 3,000 dives to writing and doing things like this. The Seneca Chief was discovered in 2014, and Scott Hill, a colleague in the past, contacted me and said there is some interest in the Canandaigua Lake Watershed Association of turning this into an underwater park, not only for scuba divers, but because of its shallow nature, it can be enjoyed by kayakers, canoeists, people who are snorkeling and so forth. So they had targeted two shipwrecks, one being the Seneca Chief and the other the Ana Linda, to be buoyed and brought to the attention of people. Because you have a hull that was constructed of steel, it's obviously from the imagery, you can see it's quite durable, even though it has a coating primarily of quagga mussels. The quagga mussels reproduce at a greater frequency than the zebra mussels, so they are winning out in that battle of attachment. So down the road, there may be an effort to open it up for recreational and heritage tourism.
To open it up below the water surface?
No, it would be buoyed. Yes, we do have in New York State, we do have what are called submerged heritage preserves. They are administered by the DEC. I led a nonprofit that opened the first ones in the state in 1993 in Lake George. There are other waterways that are interested in doing things like this so that we can share something that has been so out of sight, out of mind, that we can bring it to the forefront of the public as well as visitors to our waterways.
Thank you.
I think the question had to do with the mussel. Are they destroying the vessel?
In this particular case, not so much. The zebra, we'll look at zebra mussels. There's a lot more data on that. Zebra mussels that have attached to vessels and so forth, the secretion of that attachment by the byssal threads, that has affected some of the fasteners. And we're talking about something, zebra mussels being discovered, 30 years ago, 35 years ago. So it's still in its infancy in terms of what is the long-term effect on submerged material culture. So in this particular case, doesn't look like to me that it's doing much destruction. It's more of encasing it, and who knows, it may be sort of a long-term preservation as well as a destructive thing. So to be determined. And I hope I'm around to be able to address that. Any other questions? Well, thank you. I want to make one other comment. Last week in Oswego, had a nice celebration. I noticed a couple of people that were there that are here for the what they call Sweet 16. It's the 16th National Marine Sanctuary. And we have 8,000 waterways in the state. Some of these waterways are no wider than from where I stand to that door right there. But I hope we're going to get a trickle down effect in terms of this sanctuary and as it is emerging to the public. And it will trickle down to other waterways. But this is important because it shows that in this poker game of historic preservation, we're not putting all the chips into the eastern part of Lake Ontario. We are looking at the other waterways, and that is very significant. And I want to compliment those people who worked on this nomination and the process into state register and national register. To me, that sends a message to all New Yorkers and so forth that we are a maritime state. So thank you very much.
Questions?
I have a question. So, because you said something that triggered me, Doug, to remember. So we've seen it's not necessarily a question directly for you. I'm going to put you on the spot. It's maybe more, but whoever is the most appropriate person. So we have seen archaeological sites before at the board meeting, and Doug, you're the one who said it's a research project or there's research questions. Correct me if I'm wrong on. Sometimes we've seen sites that we think there might be something here, we're not sure, but we're voting on it and it becomes available. But correct me if I'm wrong, weren't there research questions included in the nomination? And did I miss them in here or are they not in here?
There are research questions spelled out in the form.
And are they just not, I was like looking for them maybe more like bulleted.
Oh,
That's how I missed them. They're embedded within the narrative.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, in the second part. Yeah.
Okay. So that to me then, because I hear what you're saying, Gretchen, I think that's maybe the context here is that indeed an archaeological, as long as there are research questions for a site that may prove to add knowledge, that is what makes it.
Yep.
Right.
Criterion D, be able to contribute or have contributed. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Tom.
Wayne will second. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you got it, Wayne. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstained? Motion carries.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay. All right, we're going to take 5 here. We're going to gather our lunch. We're going to bring our lunch to the table and we're going to work through lunch.
Okay.
Yep.
Give us the success, maybe they wanted.
I'm sorry. That's exciting, Ollie.
Sorry?
That's
No, the
So, well, you know, he and I,
Struggling with moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis? Talk to your doctor about number one.
Testing. Testing. That's all we need.
Hello? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Is this good? Okay, perfect. So no giant cheeses or shipwrecks, but we do have a railway executive and some cherries, so we'll have to make do with that. So the Yeoman's House is significant under Criterion C as an excellent example of a patterned masonry Queen Anne style residence located at the east end of Main Street in East Aurora. The house has welcomed visitors to the village since its construction. The period of significance is 1884 to 1885, reflecting the years in which it was built. The house was created for James D. Yeomans, a railway executive and owner of a 400-acre stock farm east of the village, who had purchased the plot in 1882. At that time, the property was thickly planted with cherry trees, and it is believed that some of the interior wood details came from these very trees. Work began on the mansion in 1884, and as recounted in a local newspaper, this building occupies one of the most commanding sites in the village. It is being built of brick in the latest style of architecture, with all modern improvements. When completed, it will be an ornament to the town. Yeomans only lived in the house for 3 years before moving his stock farm to Iowa, where he would go on to be a state senator in 1892. The house has been described by late architectural historian Austin J. Fox as one of the best examples of a high Victorian brick residence in Erie County. Indeed, it is hard to pass through East Aurora without taking notice of its sweeping lawn, 75-foot-tall mansard roof tower, or the facets of its ornamented bay windows. Incorporating transitional Italianate and Second Empire elements, the house is emblematic of the eclectic design which characterizes the Queen Anne style. The use of finely laid red brick, contrasting painted wood, floral terracotta, and limestone trimming combine to create a stunning visual composition. The level of exterior ornamentation is carried through into the interior, which displays a wide range of beautiful woodwork and Victorian detailing. The front hall features parquet flooring, pocket doors, and a stately staircase with carved chrysanthemum finials. Additional elements include cherry, chestnut, and oak molding and paneling, arts and crafts art tiles, and turned slate mantels. The house displays a high degree of integrity, having undergone a few 20th century alterations, primarily there being the removal of the original porch, the addition of a rear sunroom, and the creation of an attached garage. While not identical to the original porch, a compatible veranda was constructed in the late 20th century, restoring balance to the facade. The mid-20th century attached garage has been replaced by a more sympathetic addition, which makes use of the varied textures seen in the Queen Anne style and reuses windows that were removed during the addition of the sunroom to create a unified design. The house enjoys ongoing restoration by its current owners, Jeffrey and Karen Heinz, most recently being the repair of its chimney stacks and window surrounds. This is an honorary nomination prepared by Jeffrey Heinz, and we have received one letter of support from the Village of East Aurora, which is a CLG. And Jeffrey has a few comments, I believe. How are we on? I can call him.
We're good.
Good? Okay, all right.
Let's see if it works.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sounds like you guys got it done. Anyway, brief comment from me. I grew up in a house in New Jersey. It was 900 square feet, 1.5 stories, stone construction with 3-foot thick walls. It was built in 1769 for the manager of a neighboring grist mill. This home, known as the Teeter Mill Tenant House, sparked my lifelong appreciation for old houses and their histories. So today, my wife and I view ourselves not just as homeowners, but as caretakers of our property's history with a responsibility to the community and future generations. We believe this National Register listing will benefit East Aurora, adding to the richness of what the village is known for: the Roycroft Arts and Crafts Movement, the home of a U.S. president, Fiddler's Five and Dime, and Fisher-Price Toys. We thank you for considering our property for inclusion in the National Register. That's what I've got.
Thanks, Jeffrey.
Questions or comments? Any consideration of criterion B?
A bit, though, given that Yeomans only lived there for like 3 years and then moved to Aurora, to Iowa, where that's where he really began his political career, considered just going for C. Yeah.
Other questions or comments? Do I hear a motion amid the crinkling of potatoes? Molly beat you to it. Went to second. All in favor?
Aye.
Gurgling ayes. Any opposed or abstain? Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm so other way.
It's Jennifer Sendoff.
I guess so.
Jennifer.
All right, good afternoon. The Sattler Theater, located on Broadway in Buffalo's East Side neighborhood, is a locally significant example of a neighborhood movie theater. Constructed in 1914 to the designs of local architects William and Henry Spann, the Sattler Theater is eligible under Criterion C in the area of architecture as a representative example of a classical revival-style neighborhood theater, a type of smaller, early 20th century theater located outside of major commercial and business districts, designed to provide entertainment to local communities and smaller commercial areas throughout Buffalo. The Sattler Theater, later known as the Broadway Theater, is also eligible under Criterion A in the area of entertainment recreation for its history as an early movie theater, when vaudeville and live entertainment were still more common. The period of significance begins with the building's construction in 1914 and ends in 1963 when the theater closed. This period correlates to the time when the theater was at its most prominent in the community, and it encompasses all major construction projects, including an interior remodeling in 1949. 48, sorry. Commissioned by local department store magnate John G. Sattler, the theater served both to promote his business interests and to enhance the community that gave him his start. Situated near the busy Broadway Fillmore neighborhood, the theater showcased moving pictures for local residents and offered affordable yet elevated entertainment at the neighborhood scale. Neighborhood theaters like the Sattler were designed with the same level of opulence and attention to detail as the grander movie palaces and theater houses sited in larger commercial districts, while offering moviegoers the same experience but at a discounted rate. Although they showed only second and third run showings, given their location and affordability, such theaters were broadly accessible to a diverse clientele. The Sattler served working class residents and immigrant communities on Buffalo's growing East Side. Theater classification or typology is derived in part from the perspective of the movie studios and focuses on size, location, and billing. Houses were classified according to showings: first run deluxe, super, neighborhood third or fourth run, vaudeville, and double feature. The neighborhood theater typology corresponds to the more modest size, later showing number or run, and decentralized location of the theater. Located on commercial streets within primarily residential neighborhoods, these theaters seated hundreds as opposed to thousands and showed second and third run showings after the first run in the palaces of downtown were complete. Other than size and billing, the neighborhood theater was designed with the same architectural features and level of ornamentation as the grander palaces and served as economic engines within their respective borders. Perhaps the greatest difference between the neighborhood theater and movie palaces is seating capacity. While Shea's Hippodrome in downtown Buffalo, considered a community theater, seated 2,800, the Sattler seated around 900. The Sattler Theater closed as a theater in 1963, later becoming a house of worship between the 1960s and the 1990s, and the building has been vacant since 1996. Western New York Minority Media Professionals, Inc. has purchased the neglected building in 2008. I believe we have the owner on the phone. Michael Quinney is on the phone. Did you want to add anything, Michael?
Yes, thank you so much, Jennifer. And I'd like to thank the committee for allowing me to speak and consider our nomination. This began when I worked at WKBW TV, Channel 7 in Buffalo. We started as a mentoring youth program, and we grew from there. We almost had 500 kids running through a TV station daily. And so we decided to grow and find a building that we could use that as a way to nurturing young talent, groom them professionally for jobs and training, and also be a place where we could actually get young people their first opportunities to find employment and participate in the film industry. We are very creative as a group and served as a multimedia mentoring and content creation group. So our young people are very excited about it. We're excited about it. There hasn't been a project like this in 100 years since Dan Montgomery ran an entertainment complex in Buffalo, and the Apollo that was in Buffalo and Jefferson Avenue, which I grew up going to, was open for a brief while. So our community is very excited about it, and I'm so happy for our young people. And thank you very much for considering us.
Thank you, Michael. This is the Sattler Theater. Are there any questions on this?
It's funny, when I'm writing my notes, I wrote the word Statler, being from Buffalo. And
No, trust me, you heard me slip up.
you said it, right? And, you know, the seedy reputation of the Canal Side District crept into this nomination yet again. I just love reading that. Something about Buffalo is just perceived as seedy.
It's the birthplace of Buffalo's entertainment, one way or another.
It just is. Questions or comments?
I just want to
Please.
Michael, I think it's wonderful that this is the future of this building. It's really
Yes.
such a dream, for the community built to serve this very local community, and what you're doing, future plans are. And I know you've been working on it for a few years. Building momentum is just really exciting. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you.
Do I hear a motion? Second? All right. Kristen got second.
Kristen got second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
The Spencer Kellogg and Sons elevator is significant as an early 20th century reinforced concrete grain elevator with design and rare construction elements that are the only examples of their kind remaining in the city of Buffalo. Designed by engineer Charles Foster of the Steel Storage and Elevator Construction Company beginning in 1910, the Kellogg elevator is significant under criterion A for architecture and engineering, as it embodies the distinctive characteristics of the reinforced concrete grain elevator typology. Exhibiting the slip-form construction method, this early 20th century grain elevator included uncommon design features, such as the basement railroad access, providing an important example of a subtypology that was once a major part of Buffalo's booming grain industry. This building also meets the registration requirements for nomination under the historic and architectural resources of the Buffalo Grain and Materials Elevator Multiple Properties Submission. The Kellogg elevator is associated with the Spencer Kellogg and Sons Company, producer of a variety of products, but particularly linseed oil, that reached a national and international market. Originally founded in 1879, the company was based in Buffalo until 1961 and eventually had facilities in 8 states and nations including the Philippines, China, Brazil, and Argentina. The birthplace of the grain elevator, Buffalo is home to one of the largest and most intact collections of elevators in the country. Their form and materials not only attracted agricultural and industrial interest, but also the attention of European modern architects as well. The Kellogg elevator was photographed by Eric Mendelsohn himself in 1924, and his photo is shown here. Amongst the numerous major European modernist architects who were inspired by Buffalo's elevators, Mendelsohn was the only one to visit them in person. The Kellogg elevator housed the functions involved in the transshipment of grain, specifically and rather unusually flaxseed, loading, transfer, weighing, sorting, storage, analysis, and reloading for shipment to distant markets. The Spencer Kellogg and Sons elevator architecturally conveys the processes used to transfer and store linseed for oil production, moving the grain via rail in the basement. The building is a reinforced concrete construction, aside from the corrugated metal-clad headhouse and workhouse, reflecting the materials and designs typical of elevators of this era. The elevator now includes a theater in the bay in the north. The main entrance to the northwest corner leads to an open workspace. To the south, restrooms, a conference room, and a mechanical space are in the brick masonry block. Today, the elevator contains a substantial amount of original materials, equipment, and interior plan that clearly convey a historic understanding of its original functions and its significant role in the history of concrete grain elevator design and construction in Buffalo. The Kellogg elevator has recently been purchased and rehabilitated by the Hope Rising Together organization, a nonprofit group that focuses on clean water, education, healthcare, and sustainable development in the West African nation of Sierra Leone. The reuse has allowed for the character-defining aspects of the building, including hoppers, concrete structure, and volume, to be retained. The basement level remains essentially open, with the concrete structural system and hoppers remaining visible throughout. So this is the Spencer Kellogg elevator. Are there any questions on this one?
So that image on the right shows the silo. Is it lit all the way to the top?
I haven't been there, but they definitely have illuminated some of the silos. Yeah.
Questions or comments?
The period of significance is just the year of construction.
Correct.
Go forward.
It was there was an associated factory, as we get into in the nomination, that's no longer extant. So we couldn't really get into the history of the company because there's just not enough there to speak to that. We included as context in the nomination, but we're focusing solely on this as a architectural artifact.
Architecturally, it's the only remaining example of that architectural type in Buffalo.
Correct. I mean, it's
really a major fort when you look at the skyline. I mean, you think of all the ships coming in. I mean, that first time I was a little kid, we toured Buffalo with loads of those along, and they were and those ships coming from Lake Superior and coming into the port. And I was up there a couple of years ago. That really has become a really destination spot now. I think that's fascinating.
We've seen a couple of reuse projects for elevators here, but they do continue to be threatened, and Buffalo has lost some in recent years. So,
do I hear a motion?
Motion moved.
Tom, Scott.
Second.
Carol. All in favor? Aye. Opposed or abstained? Carries.
Alden State Bank is significant under criterion C in the area of architecture as an example of an intact neoclassical style bank building constructed in the early 20th century. Built in 1925, the building was designed by Herbert C. Swain, a Buffalo-based architect responsible for designing multiple buildings in the village of Alden, and constructed by John I. Barton, a builder based in Akron. The building is also significant under criterion A in the area of commerce as an example of an independent bank operating in the village of Alden during a period of population growth and commercial expansion. The period of significance for Alden State Bank begins with the construction of the bank in 1925 and ends in 1963 when the firm relocated to its current headquarters, which is actually right next door, and sold the building to the Alden Advertiser, a local newspaper publishing company. Alden State Bank was chartered in 1916 and leased space in a nearby commercial block until 1925 when the firm constructed the nominated building. The bank withstood the Great Depression and the economic challenges wrought by World War II and continued to provide its services to Alden through the 1950s. While large banking enterprises served urban commercial centers in a variety of ways during the period, farmers and residents of the rural areas required reliable access to banks for loans, and local banks like Alden State Bank served as the most convenient means of banking in small towns. The bank operated out of the nominated building until the 1960s when the need for more space and the desire to accommodate clients from their automobiles led to the construction of a new building and the sale of the older Alden State Bank building. Swain designed the bank in the neoclassical style, a style frequently employed by banks and other institutions to associate the organization with a sense of permanence, stability, and reliability associated with the classical world. In order to succeed, banks required a reputation for accountability and security, and classical design elements conveyed these attributes to the public. These design elements employed in larger institutions such as museums and government buildings were simplified and translated into smaller community facilities, drawing from the same associations. Alden State Bank shares traits with many other banks built in the 1920s, including its freestanding form, a stately facade with entablatures and pilasters, and fireproof construction. The tall windows are also a hallmark of small-scale neighborhood banks, illuminating the interior banking hall. The design of the interior, which included materials like plaster and hardwood and a layout with a large banking floor in front and secure vaults in back, also reinforced the impression of safety and dignity. The exterior retains a high level of integrity, while the interior remains legible as a banking area and retains many original features and finishes. Overall, Alden State Bank continues to reflect its original design and use, and the building remains an important feature in the village of Alden. So recently, the Alden State Bank has reacquired the historic bank building and has been working on rehabilitating the building for modern banking purposes. The nominated bank will once again be used as a branch office for the Alden State Bank. So this is the Alden State Bank building. Are there any questions on this one?
Your comments? My wife's first checking account was at the building next door, but her parents for sure banked in this building. She's right there. Conflict, yeah. Do I hear a motion? No, you know what? In fact, I'm going to move it.
Oh.
Do I hear a second? Wint. All in favor? Aye. Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
There's a project I inherited from Virginia Bartos, so. The Reed Manufacturing Company is significant under criterion A in the area of industry for its association with the metal housewares industry, a major early 20th century economic force in the village of Newark region. The plant was once one of two in the area, the other being Lisk Manufacturing Company in Canandaigua, that grew to national prominence in the production of rust-resistant coated containers. The property is also significant under criterion C in the area of architecture as a well-preserved and representative example of an early 20th century brick factory that reflects a transition between traditional heavy timber mill construction into curtain wall daylight factory construction. The complex retains both the manufacturing building with its interconnected boiler house and tin shop and the adjacent freestanding administrative headquarters. The period of significance for the property is from the 1903 completion date for both buildings to 1946 when the company closed and the property's economic and industrial significance declined. Reed Manufacturing Company was founded in 1890 by Newark entrepreneur Reuben M. Reed. following his successful experimentations with rust-resistant tin coatings that he eventually patented. In 1892, the company built a small wood frame factory and after a fire began planning a larger brick factory in 1902 and completed in 1903. In 1906, Reed merged with the Lisk Manufacturing Company, which manufactured a similar range of anti-rusting tinware. Both companies had been intertwined in their production and management for years before, and specialized enamelware could be produced at the Reed facility in Newark, while the Lisk factory in Canandaigua produced the tinware. The combined companies were known for producing kitchenware and utensils, pans and roasters, pails, tubs, and larger containers, especially the wash boiler. Reed and Lisk products were marketed to local hardware stores throughout the country for retail sale and were distributed on a larger scale through orders from the military and medical institutions. 2 decades of prosperity followed, in which both companies continued to churn out a wide variety of household goods. In 1922, a third factory site was added in Geneva, producing primarily enameled roasting pans. The Depression years brought on a contraction of sales, employment, and dividends, but things improved by 1936, and wage increases were announced in 1937 for the staff of over 600 at the 3 plants combined. In the build-up to World War II, orders from the War Department called for large quantities of hospitalware and kitchenware. Once the war started, however, sales and production declined, and labor shortages and disputes put pressures on the companies. The Geneva plant was sold in 1943, with the roaster manufacturing shifting to Canandaigua as a cost-saving measure. The following year, under pressure from an ongoing legal dispute, the joint Lisk and Reed companies accepted a purchase offer from Savory Inc., a rival houseware firm based in Buffalo. At the time of the sale, most operations at the Reed plant had mostly been transferred to Canandaigua, and only a handful of workers remained in Newark, mostly in administrative and maintenance positions. Savory sold the Reed property in Newark in 1946 to Throsters Associates, a silk producer, marking the end of the period of significance. The factory complex reflects a common typology found in industrial buildings around the turn of the 20th century. The independent administration building fronting the street, providing an orderly professional office building placed to shield the public's view of the production facility behind. The limitations of daylighting and its related effects on industrial building footprints led factory builders around 1900 to experiment with larger windows, which generated a shift in the exterior masonry wall treatment from a solid mass of a uniform thickness to a series of piers with thinner masonry and glass infill, allowing more daylight to penetrate the interior of the factory floor. Steel lintels replaced the segmental arches that had characterized factory buildings, and flat roofs and elevators offered the option of easy expansion upward. The 1903 Reed plant illustrates this transitional period in many of its details, a blend of new and traditional features, the projecting brick pilasters and brick spandrels, the decorative brick cornices recalling early masonry detailing, with the generous sized windows with steel lintels and the traditional timber frame floor structure. The H-shaped footprint maximized daylight throughout the factory floor. The administration building, meanwhile, had a traditional appearance as a small office building. Having a separate administration building from the main production facility also provided additional protection to valuable company records and files in case of a fire at the factory. The office building remains largely intact despite subsequent use by serving the Newark School District and nonprofit groups. We have received letters of support for this project from Assemblymember Brian Manticlau and the Newark Arcadia Historical Society. This is the Reed Manufacturing Company. Are there any questions on this one?
Questions or comments about Reed? I hear a motion.
I'll make the motion.
Wayne, second. Erica got her hand up first. Erica has the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any abstain or oppose? There being none, the motion carries.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Yeah, hey, Jen. Just want to say thanks for all the great work you did for my area of the state, Western New York. And do you want to take a moment to say a little bit about where you're headed?
Well, it's been my honor to serve Western New York, to promote Western New York, especially it's been over 11 years that I've been at this office. I've been working in this general field for almost 20 years, but I'm on to the Office of General Services as Capital Restoration Coordinator. So, so I'll be here. Thank you.
All right. Dan Boggs, Lawrence Chapel.
Indeed. Good afternoon, everyone.
Chapel.
All right, nominated under criterion C in the area of architecture. The Lawrence Memorial Chapel and Cemetery is located in the town of Catherine in rural southeastern Schuyler County in the Finger Lakes region of New York. The Gothic Revival style chapel and the adjacent Lawrence Cemetery occupy a low knoll along along New York State Route 228 on the west side of Cayuga Lake. A dry laid wall of loosely stacked fieldstone encircles the entire property. It is topped with slabs of quarried bluestone transported to the site. The wall is well made, averaging 2 feet wide and 3 feet tall, and features cast iron gates at the openings. Although the cemetery was established sometime before 1832, most of the burials fall within the period of significance, ending with the final interment in 1914. There are 50 visible gravestones, monuments, or vaults in the cemetery. Statuary obelisks and more elaborate monuments marking the graves of the Lawrence and related family members are found near to more modest markers of friends, associates, and employees, such as Civil War veteran Ichabod Beardsley, top left marker, a blacksmith for the Lawrences. The chapel was built under the direction of Jane G. Lawrence Campbell, per the wishes of her brother Abraham, who left funds for its construction in his will. The cornerstone of the building was laid in 1880, and the first recorded use occurred in 1881. The chapel is a gable roof Gothic Revival building in a 4x3 bay, 28 by 50 feet block. The foundation is capped with a rusticated granite drip course on which rest 21-inch thick load-bearing walls of roughly dressed and mortared fieldstone collected from Lawrence family lands. Stepped buttresses made of fieldstone with granite accent capstones are located on all 4 exterior walls. The single volume interior is highlighted by wood trusses to the vaulted ceiling, 25 feet high. The 5 scissor trusses are decorated with rosettes at the center joint and are supported at the base by curved half-arch braces. The lancet windows feature decorative stained glass, varying in color scheme. Perhaps unusual for a chapel, the thematic elements in the glass are non-religious, focusing instead on nature and agriculture. The artist responsible for the windows is unknown. The interior of the chapel is little changed from the period of significance, retaining original decorations and furnishing. These include the delicate brass wall sconces and commemorative stone tablets on the walls, wood trim and rails, tables, pews, and a lectern. The Lawrence Memorial Chapel and Cemetery stands out for its intimate yet elegant character, reliance on local materials and craftsmanship, as highlighted in the stone stairway and dry stone wall, blending naturally into the wooded surroundings. The property retains a high degree of historical integrity. Is that the last? Yes, sorry. This nomination was prepared by Glenda Gephardt of the Schuyler County Historical Society.
Questions or comments on Lawrence Chapel and Cemetery from the board?
I'm curious if you could go back one more.
One more?
All the original bushes. That's crappy carpet on the floor.
Yes, the carpet is
Something.
removed. There is, I think the carpet only runs down the middle, if I'm correct about this, and in the front. And the remainder is wood flooring.
Is the sconce gas supplied? That's a little gas line.
Electric.
It's electric now.
It is electric. Now, whether it was originally gas, I'm unsure.
See, it looks like there's a little key.
Yeah.
You can turn on the gas.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments? Tom made a motion. Do I have a second? Molly? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Right.
So I think that's ordered because.
Aha. Okay. Right.
Oh. So it looks like it, yeah.
All right. Sailing vessel Gitana. Oh. That's not going to work. Nominated under criterion C in the area of engineering, the sailing vessel Gitana is a 40-foot Bermuda rigged yawl sailing yacht built in 1936 for a crew of up to 6. Gitana was crafted using traditional methods of wood shipbuilding and is a pioneering design of noted naval architect John Alden. Her original purpose was sailboat racing with a small crew in coastal and ocean conditions. Alden followed two important design criteria: forward visibility from the aft cockpit and sufficient freeboard and volume in the bow, allowing the boat to sail relatively dry. That is, with minimal water coming over the deck in choppy seas. The boat is built in the traditional plank-on-frame method. Wood sailing yachts of the Gitana type, developed from traditional working boats employed in fisheries and pilotage. These boats influenced the development of small craft naval architecture and remained relevant until fiber-reinforced plastic boats displaced wood sailing vessels in the 1960s. Gitana represents an archetype of the American sailing yacht design and build. The design of the Gitana is unaltered from its as-built form, with the exception of the mast configuration having been converted from a single-masted sloop to a yawl, according to the plans for conversion laid out by the original architect, John Alden. The boat retains integrity of design, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association. Gitana is in its original state and appearance as designed. All necessary repairs and replacements are in keeping with original materials where available. As noted in National Register Bulletin 20, most historic vessels have gone to watery graves or have been scrapped. Yet the Gitana remains an exceptional example of a bygone maritime tradition. This nomination was prepared by the sponsor, Florian Fuser.
Sailing vessel Gitana. Questions or comments?
It was interesting that the heating unit, when it was first designed, if I remember reading it correctly, burned wood. Can't imagine where they would have had a supply of wood that you say would burn. But that converted to propane or something. It's gas stove.
Yeah.
Jennifer.
Are there minimum size requirements for a ship or boat to be on the register?
I have no idea.
Like, can there be a canoe?
Yes.
Really?
With the clear water, we put it.
An artifact that would go into a museum.
I have someone whispering motions into my ear. Thank you, Tom. Do I have a second? Wint has it. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Next up is Jeff. East Terrace.
Good afternoon. The Louise Terrace Colonial Road Historic District, located in Brooklyn, Kings County, is significant under Criterion A in the area of community planning and development for its association with the development of the Bay Ridge neighborhood, and under Criterion C in the area of architecture as an intact representative example of a Tudor Revival style terrace development. The period of significance is 1927, the year the development was constructed. The historic district is bound to the north by 70th Street, to the east by Colonial Road, to the south by McKay Place, and to the west by an alley, and consists of 39 contributing resources, including 33 attached row houses and 6 garages. The Bay Ridge neighborhood of Brooklyn was populated by country estates at the turn of the century and then transformed into a middle-class residential neighborhood during the 1910s and 1920s as new transportation options reached the area. The Louise Terrace Colonial Road development was built in 1927 to the designs of Swedish-born architect Olof B. Almgren for local developer Adam Schumann, a German-born entrepreneur. The development is unique as the only example designed by Almgren and developed by Schumann. Unlike most houses in Brooklyn on city-established streets, this row house development is located on 2 short mid-block streets. These types of streets typically formed when developers acquired awkwardly shaped or sized parcels of land. One of the most prevalent architectural styles used in mid-block street developments is the Tudor Revival style, which became popular during the 1910s and 1920s. Each row of the Louise Terrace Colonial Road development is arranged in a symmetrical configuration based on 4 Tudor Revival row house types, which are identified in the nomination with the letters A through D, differentiated by their fenestration, decorative details, and gable variety. And I'll give a brief overview of each house type. Type A is located at the corners and has 2 street-facing elevations and features an asymmetrically placed rounded arch entrance, multiple gables, and decorative half timbering with stucco. House type B is the simplest design and features a pitched slate roof and shares a tall projecting brick chimney with its neighbor. Type C features decorative half timbering with orthogonal and curved wood members and a Jurgen head gable. Type D features decorative half timbering with orthogonal wood members and a steep pointed gable. In conclusion, little has changed in the historic district and the surrounding neighborhood since the second half of the 20th century. Typical alterations to the houses, which remain single family, include modifications to the areaways, entries, and windows, which are common among residences of this type and age. Overall, the buildings retain a high level of architectural integrity. The nomination was prepared by Lindsay Peterson, who is a homeowner in the district. The New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission is in support, and we received 2 letters of support from property owners in the district.
Questions or comments from the board? Are you moving?
I am moving.
You are moving. Carol has the motion. Do I hear a second? Jen Lemack has it first. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Being none, motion carries. Heading into the Bronx.
Good afternoon. The Dollar Savings Bank is being nominated under Criterions A in the area of commerce for its association with the commercial development of the Bronx, and under Criterion C in the area of architecture as a monumental example of classicized Art Deco style bank architecture. The period of significance encompasses the 3 phases of construction from 1932 to 1952, and the building was designated a local individual and interior landmark in 1994. The Dollar Savings Bank, The bank is located in the Fordham neighborhood of the Bronx in New York City. It is located on the east side of the Grand Concourse, just north of the intersection with Fordham Road. It is several blocks west of the New York Botanical Garden and Fordham University. The bank was constructed in 3 phases between 1932 and 1952. The building's rightmost bay was constructed as the bank's Fordham branch office in 1932 to 33. And the building was subsequently expanded another 100 feet along Concourse Avenue in 1938 to 39. And finally, in 1949 to 52, the bank made this its company headquarters and constructed a 3rd and final addition, a new 10-story office tower with a 50-foot clock tower. All phases of development were designed by Adolf F. Muller of the architecture firm Halsey, McCormick, and Helmer. The design of the earlier sections reflects a transition from the Beaux-Arts principles to modernism, featuring a sleek exterior of polished Texas pink granite, ashlar, large double-height openings, as well as stylized decorative elements like the Liberty Head silver dollar representation above the main entrances. The 1952 tower addition maintains elements of this original design and showcases a simpler yet still monumental approach to bank symbolism. The Dollar Savings Bank is also significant for its association with the commercial development of the Bronx. Established in 1890 by Bronx business leaders, the Dollar Savings Bank was the first thrift institution or mutual savings bank created in the Bronx. This location, as I said, originally housed the Fordham branch office for the company and later became its headquarters after the construction of the 10-story office tower. The Dollar Savings Bank was absorbed into Emigrant Savings Bank in 1992. This building remained a bank until 2014, at which point the property became vacant. We have received a letter from the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission as certified local government supporting the nomination, and this is a tax credit project with an approved Part 1. And I believe we have Bill Bollinger, one of the project sponsors, who would like to speak.
Hi, thank you very much. I'd just like to take a moment to thank you for the consideration of this nomination. It's a great, beautiful old building. The local community, as part of the community board process, is tremendously supportive, especially of the supermarket that's going to be going into the lower bank portion. And everybody's very excited about the clock coming back after it's like Back to the Future. That clock's been out for decades. So everybody's excited about that. So we just want to thank you for this opportunity and just let you know the tax credits are a very important part of the capital stack that's needed to bring this building back to its glory. Thank you.
Questions or comments from the board? Savings Bank.
I'll make the motion.
Wayne? Second? Molly? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries. Thank you, Chris.
My next item is the Gaylord White Houses, which is a public housing development for seniors located in the Metro North section of East Harlem in Manhattan. Planning for this complex began in 1957 and was completed in 1964. It was designed by the firm of Mayer, Whittisley and Glass. This is being nominated under Criterion A in the area of social history for its association with the Union Settlement as their headquarters building and for their relationship to the overall development of this complex. It is also being nominated in the area of politics government as a representative example of NYCHA's early vest pocket program and as the authority's first plan development exclusively for senior residents. The period of significance extends from 1962, when construction on the complex began, and ends in 1964 when construction was completed. This public housing development is located, as I said, in East Harlem and Manhattan. It is located at the northwest corner of East 104th Street and 2nd Avenue, several blocks east of Central Park, and it is immediately adjacent to NYCHA's Washington Houses, which is a large superblock development just to the south. The Gaylord White Houses were developed in coordination with the Union Settlement. This was an important community organization that had long promoted social services in the neighborhood. The building as built includes a wing, shown here in blue on the left, that contained headquarters for the Union Settlement, as well as the Children's Center and the Community Center. So the blue is kind of the community areas, and then the red is the residential tower. The need for specialized housing for older Americans became a national priority in the 1950s due to the rapidly increasing senior population, as well as the advent of the nuclear family. State and federal laws encouraged local authorities to build housing with senior-specific accommodations like accessible bathrooms and kitchens. The White Houses here represent the first time that the New York City Housing Authority planned a development exclusively for senior residents. This development is also an example of NYCHA's early Vest Pocket program, which was initiated under Mayor Robert F. Wagner Jr. as a direct response to the Federal Housing Act of 1954. This important housing law shifted focus from slum clearance, which was the wholesale demolition of areas determined to be irredeemably blighted, to urban renewal, which aimed to preserve declining but still salvageable neighborhoods through smaller, more targeted interventions such as this. We have received a letter from the New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission concurring that this property appears eligible for listing on the state and national registers, and this is also a tax credit project with an approved Part 1.
Questions or comments from the board? Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Carol, do I have a second? Erica seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
And my final item is the 28th Police Precinct Station House, which is being nominated under Criterion A in the areas of politics, government, and social history. And it is also being nominated under Criterion C in the area of architecture. The period of significance encompasses the period that the police department occupied the building from 1892 through 1974. This building was also designated a local individual landmark by the Landmarks Preservation Commission in 1999. The precinct is located in East Harlem and Manhattan on East 104th Street near Lexington Avenue, so several blocks east of Central Park and just 1 block away from the Gaylord White Houses that we just saw. The 28th Police Precinct Station House, as I said, was constructed in 1892 to 93 during a period of rapid urbanization in East Harlem. It was designed by Nathaniel D. Bush, who was the resident architect for the New York City Police Department for most of the second half of the 19th century. This particular building exemplifies the mature phase of his later career, with the expression of its facade and the extensive use of sculpted stone trim. This building clearly stands out amidst the surrounding row houses and tenements. The interior followed a standardized floor plan that Bush often used, and this included offices on the first floor, sleeping quarters, and a gymnasium on the upper levels. And there was a rear annex that held jail cells and for a little while also had lodging for the unhoused. The 28th Precinct also played a significant role in the community's response to police brutality, particularly during the East Harlem uprisings of 1967. The uprisings arose amid accusations of racially motivated violence against the predominantly Puerto Rican and Black residents of the area. Hope Community Incorporated was one of the community groups that was established in the aftermath of this uprising. This group sought to address the housing injustice that was seen as one of the primary causes for those uprisings, and the organization ultimately purchased the police precinct building in 1981. The New York City Landmarks Preservation Commission strongly supports this nomination, noting that it has already been designated a local individual landmark, and this is a tax credit project with an approved Part 1.
Questions or comments about the 28th precinct? Do I hear a motion? Wint, do you have it? Do I have a second? Carol, all in favor? Abstain? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Let's do lunch again. All right, we're going to go right into the next nomination form because lunch is done.
Unless we want to do lunch again. The proposed Washington Heights Dominican Cultural Historic District recognizes the architectural and cultural significance of Washington Heights, where the built environment and social history combine to tell a story of development, resiliency, and cultural significance. This district as a whole communicates the story of 19th and 20th century urbanization, as well as the importance of the many immigrant groups who have called Washington Heights home. The proposed district stretches from West 155th Street in the south to Dyckman Street in the north, with Highbridge Park serving as its eastern boundary and Broadway serving as its western edge. This boundary captures the architectural history and cultural heritage of Washington Heights and the Dominican community that has been associated with the area since the 1960s. It includes 40 city blocks and around 1,500 resources. The district is significant under Criterion C for architectural history and Criterion A for social history, which are expressed across two periods of significance. The architectural period of significance includes 1765, which captures the construction of the Morris Jumel Mansion, 1872, the date of construction of the Highbridge Water Tower, and finally, stretches from 1881 to 1973, which encompasses the rapid build-out of the area in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, as well as continuing expansion following World War II. This construction was largely a response to the growing demand for working-class housing, much of which was intended as homes for new immigrant groups who increasingly moved into this neighborhood. The period of significance for social history stretches from 1961 to 1988 and captures the largest wave of Dominican immigration to and establishment of the foundational Dominican political, social, and cultural organizations within Washington Heights. Because of this, the proposed Washington Heights Dominican Cultural Historic District meets Criterion G for exceptional significance. In a span of less than 30 years, Washington Heights had become the most residentially concentrated neighborhood of Dominicans in the city. Additionally, by the late 1980s, the Dominicans of Washington Heights had become extremely active in the political life of their neighborhood and New York City by promoting economic development and exerting their social and cultural influence. Major building efforts in Washington Heights did not begin until the late 19th century. Until then, the area had been predominantly farmland in the 18th century, and retreats for the wealthy during the early 19th century. The introduction of public transportation at the turn of the century, however, made Washington Heights much more proximate to the rest of New York City, and developers rapidly began building tenements and row houses to accommodate housing demand. This building process was carried out rapidly by many small developers who often employed the same architects used for projects elsewhere in the neighborhood, creating a distinctive yet cohesive streetscape. As the 20th century progressed, substantial numbers of immigrants began moving into Washington Heights, including European Jews, Armenians, Greeks, Irish, and Germans. These individuals and families brought with them their unique cultures, foodways, and lifeways, and their growing numbers led to an ever-increasing need for housing. Many African Americans also moved into Washington Heights during the Great Migration, and some of these people were attracted to Washington Heights' proximity to Harlem and its vibrant African American community. By the 1940s and 1950s, substantial numbers of Puerto Ricans had begun relocating into Washington Heights. As white flight increasingly occurred between the 1960s and 1980s, residential and commercial spaces became available to the increasing population of Dominican immigrants who came to use these spaces in their own ways. While Dominican settlement in Washington Heights had begun as early as the 1880s, it was not until the 1960s that Dominicans became the primary immigrant group to permanently settle in Washington Heights. Dominican immigration into the United States and into Washington Heights dramatically increased in the 1960s following the assassination of dictator Rafael Trujillo and the United States repeal of the Hart-Celler Immigration Act, which had established national origins quotas. Additionally, the Dominican Republic's Civil War of 1965 resulted in economic hardships which caused many Dominicans to seek new opportunities elsewhere. The establishment of a permanent community marks a cultural shift within the Dominican community, wherein they began to view Washington Heights as a permanent home in which they could build a culture and society. As the number of Dominicans in Washington Heights continued to grow, these new New Yorkers began to establish distinct cultural and social patterns that differentiated them from other communities and identified them as Dominican. Between 1960 and the late 1980s, the community utilized the existing built environment to establish a uniquely Dominican space. One of the ways this was achieved was through the establishment of permanent social and service organizations whose goal was to support and expand Dominican culture within Washington Heights. The founding of organizations, including Club Juan Pablo Darte in 1966, whose goal was to educate the people of Washington Heights on Dominican history, and the Centro Cultural Deportivo Dominicano in 1967, which served as a members-only social club to celebrate Dominican culture, provided gathering spaces within the community in which Dominican identity could be expressed and affirmed. In 1979, the Community Association of Progressive Dominicans was founded at 3940 Broadway as one of the first Washington Heights organizations formed with the goal of helping Dominicans struggling with social issues such as poverty and lack of affordable housing. The emergence of this organization marked a turning point for Dominicans living in the area and reflects their decision to settle permanently in the United States and to seek solutions to the problems that afflicted them in the spaces where they lived. One of the most influential areas in which the Dominican community has impacted Washington Heights is through commerce, with small businesses and stores owned and operated by Dominicans, representing one of the most significant economic drivers in the community. While the original architecture of these spaces remains largely intact, the ways in which Dominicans have decorated and come to use them is singular. Additionally, one of the most visible forms of Dominicans' uses of public spaces, is the display of their art in Washington Heights. The neighborhood is famous throughout New York City for its outdoor performances, which range from carefully scripted events to spontaneous expressions of art and distinctive murals and street art, which can be found throughout the neighborhood. And so in closing, the proposed Washington Heights Dominican Cultural Historic District is representative of the persistent significance of immigration history in New York City and demonstrates the importance of the Dominican community in Washington Heights. The combination of the built environment and the Dominican cultural use of the space speaks to the relationship between past, present, and future. This nomination was prepared by the City University of New York's Dominican Studies Institute under the guidance of Dr. Ramona Hernandez. And I believe that we have a representative from the Dominican Studies Institute on the phone. If you are available and would like to comment, please unmute yourself.
Thank you. Hi, everyone.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Sidi Sise. Nice to meet you. Dr. Ramona Hernandez unavoidably wouldn't be able to make this meeting today, so I'm here to read her statement. And she writes, I am Ramona Hernandez, Professor of Sociology at the City College of New York and the Director of CUNY Dominican Studies Institute. Thank you, members of the board, for the opportunity to address you this afternoon as you prepare to vote on a proposal to create a Dominican Historic District in a portion of Washington Heights. The proposal you received contains the labor and the aspirations of many people who have worked on preparing it for various years. Here, you have professors and graduates and undergraduate students, but this is not all. The content of this proposal also captured the labor and the dreams of a community, a marginalized community that contributed to the building of Washington Heights into what it is today. They came and they stayed put. At a moment when buildings were sold for $1, at a moment when many were running away, moving out of and settling on more attractive neighborhoods in the city. This proposal represents a people who did not have $1 to buy the buildings no one wanted. They came to the United States with, in quotes, uno mano adelante y una mano atrás, unquote. Translation in quotes, one hand reaching forward and one hand reaching back, unquote, to cover their bodies. What Dominicans did have, however, is what every immigrant group brings in abundance: the drive, the motivation, self-reliance, and belief. This human capital is what they use to transform Washington Heights, to impregnate this neighborhood with the best of their culture and historical legacy, and with their soul. At the end of this proposal is about acknowledging the voiceless people who, despite their palpable contributions to the neighborhood where the children and the children's children have been born for generations now, are still repeatedly asked by others who feel they are the only ones entitled to claim this land as their own. Where are you from? Unquote. Finally, you may not be impressed with the number of letters that Dominican people sent expressing unconditional support for this project. This does not mean they're not interested. Rather, their apparent inaction reflects an unconditional trust in the system. Dominicans believe that what is palpable, visible to the naked eye, does not need a trumpet nor mountain for a trench. Or, concrete accomplishments and contributions speak loud and clear, and they will be therefore judged with justice. Muchas gracias. End of statement. I thank you.
Thank you. Before we get to public comment, I'm just gonna cover a couple things. So the proposal for the National Register listing for Washington Heights Dominican Cultural Historic District has sparked strong community responses over the course of the past few weeks. As of 8 a.m. this morning, we have received 27 objections and 37 public comments in opposition of the district. We have also been provided letters of support from about 45 individuals, and I will remind everyone that that continues to grow as we speak. My inbox is blowing up. So the totals that I recognize here, over 100 instances of public comment that the Survey and National Register staff have been working hard to categorize, log, and respond to the best we can. In preparation for this meeting, the board was provided a compiled collection of all written comments to date. The character of the public comments spans a great multitude of responses. Many comments requesting postponement or rejection of the listing tend to document several points, which include lack of community outreach, a flaw in the public information process, a failure to recognize the full scale of diversity within the district boundary, and concerns over politicization. Many letters express concern over the name of the district in particular. This has spurred misinformation and confusion about this initiative and previous political efforts to rename Washington Heights neighborhood as a whole. As the board will be aware, the notification process for historic districts extends to fee simple property owners within a potential boundary, supplemented by additional outreach conducted by the sponsor. The notification process and the public outreach for this nomination follow the exact same procedures as all other National Register Historic District nominations. We have done our best to correct misinformation about the National Register and this nomination in particular by sending the nomination document to individuals who offered comment and posting the document on our website per our usual process. We have also received enthusiastic letters of support for the nomination. These typically reference the tremendous efforts by CUNY DSI sponsors in documenting and recognizing the legacy and contributions of the Dominican community in Washington Heights, which has culminated in this nomination today. The letters of support span a wide variety of community members, politicians, and social and civic organizations. So as part of this meeting, I'm going to try to facilitate public comment for a period of no more than 30 minutes. All those who wish to speak should raise your hand within the WebEx platform. There is a button at the bottom of the WebEx browser for raised hands. If you cannot raise your hand, you can put your name in the comment field, and we'll try to get to everyone as much as possible. At that, I will call on you and you will be asked to unmute yourself when it is your turn. To begin your comment, please state your name and relationship to the district. Comments should be respectful, focus on new and additional information that was not covered in our presentations today, and should be limited to 2 minutes. We will be strict about this, so comments should be limited to 2 minutes per speaker. Unfortunately, if there is a substantial number of individuals who wish to comment, we may not have time to allocate to each and every one. After the public comment, I will ask for discussion from the board and then questions. Does that make sense? Okay. So the first hand I saw as I was walking to the podium is actually Liz Ritter. So if you'd like to unmute yourself, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. My name is Liz Ritter, Elizabeth Loris Ritter. I have lived in this community my entire adult life since 1983, a period of 41 years when I moved here from college. Many of my relatives on my mother's side lived in this neighborhood from when they came to this country in the 1930s until they died in the 60s, 70s, and 80s. My mother's first cousins went to GW High School. My mother's father's brothers-in-law owned the car dealership at 3333 Broadway from, I don't know, like the 30s or 40s until they retired in the 60s. Or so. I was a small child or not yet born, so I don't have the exact dates. I love this neighborhood. I love the fact that I live in a largely Dominican neighborhood. It adds spice and vibrance and deliciousness and culture and many things that are good. And also, this is a changing immigrant community. It's always been an immigrant community. And while I respect the underpinnings of this proposal, the fact that it focuses on one specific group of immigrants is to the detriment, loss, and silencing of, my Eastern European Jewish people, the many Russians who came, both Jews and non-Jews who came in the 80s and 90s, the Irish, the German Jews, and on and on and on, not to mention the fact that we are all on unceded, stolen Lenape land. So I think that this is, I have deep respect and appreciation for the work of the DSI, but I would really encourage SHPO to, at a minimum, postpone this in consideration of some kind of proposal that honors not just the particular specialness of this Dominican community, but all of
Unfortunately, we do have to stick to that 2 minutes, but thank you for your valued comments. Next, I saw Cheryl Miller.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't want to be repetitive because I do agree with a couple of things that Liz Ritter just said. I have lived in this community now for almost 20 years. And while, yes, that the Dominicans have contributed to this neighborhood, I would like to say that there are other cultures as well, the Jews, the Irish, Blacks. There are many cultures. And I would also ask that this vote be postponed because as a community member, a lot of the community had no idea even about this. We were not notified. I went to a meeting that was supposedly going to be held in secret in this community. And they said that they had sent letters out to all the homeowners. The majority of the people in this neighborhood do not own homes. They rent apartments. And so this was done under the cloak of darkness. And I am asking that this be postponed until the whole of the community can give their feedback. And I don't believe that one culture should be, lifted up above other cultures in this community or any other community. And that's all I would like to say at this time. Thank you very much for for giving me this opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Cheryl. Tanya? Tanya?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Yes, first of all, thank you for allowing public comment on this item. My name is Tanya Bonner, and I've lived in Washington Heights for 20 years. I've also served on the Community Board 12, which represents Washington Heights and Inwood, for over 5 years. And I was assistant chair of the Land Use Committee when this different version of this proposal was presented about 2 years ago when we were still in lockdown. And I did not, again, as Ms. Miller mentioned, I did not know anything about this proposal. Someone sent it to me and said, I don't think you're aware of this, and they were correct. I then, at that time, proceeded to try to alert everyone about the August 29th meeting, that no one in the community had received any kind of notification except for a select few. And on that notification by DSI, it said who should attend: people who live within the boundaries of the proposed district or own property there, business owners, community leaders, and everyone who would like to learn more. And this was supposedly sent out to the community, and it was not. And this meeting, including, it was not representative of the community, of all of our community. There were people there who were on the community board, who were chairs of Dominican members of the community board. They were there, and other people who said mostly renters in that audience. And I did not receive any information. The community board did not disseminate this letter from DSI to inform the community that the August 29th meeting was being held. And I don't understand why. Inexplicably, they were not informing anyone. And even though there were chairs of their various committees on the community board who were there, and they were Dominican members of the community board. I wanted to also point out that I would think it would be illegitimate for you to approve a proposal where the vast majority of people did not even know about it. I'm talking about business owners who have been here for years, decades and decades. And there were homeowners and landowners that reached out to me, and they said they didn't know. And by your own information, you say that you received the bulk of these comments after August 29th. And that was after I...
Thank you so much. Okay. Sorry, I lost my screen. Okay. Millicent?
Hi.
Yes, thank you. You have 2 minutes. Oh,
Hello?
1 moment. Can you speak again?
My name is Millicent Asando Bergwerk, and my family has lived at 187th Street between Audubon and St. Nicholas since 1961, and we live in a property that was built in 1901. I'm a very proud product of the vibrancy of Washington Heights, and I also repeat that I grew up with many cultures and many languages, and that is the essential basis of the person I am now. I'm not against celebrating the contributions of the Dominican culture, but designation of Washington Heights as solely a Dominican cultural historic district doesn't foster the we of home, and it stimulates the us, not you, exclusionist mindset. And that does not underscore the welcoming of Washington Heights. Washington Heights welcomed my parents when other communities in Manhattan would not. Okay, this exclusionist mindset is the very mindset of colonization that ushers in gentrification. It ushers in the erasure of multiculturalism. It ushers in the making of gated communities, higher rents, and the squeezing out of the working class. This isn't Washington Heights. As a stakeholder, I emphatically, strongly, and with unwavering conviction object to this proposal and ask that you postpone it until the greater community can be notified properly. Thank you so much for your attention and your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Janice is the last hand I have. Janice, you have 2 minutes. Janice, if you would like to speak, can you unmute yourself?
Okay, I'm Janice K. Bryant. I live on Pinehurst near 187th. I've been in Washington Heights since 1995, and I love this neighborhood. I'll be really brief. It was disturbing to me because I know a lot of the people, the history of this place. I used to brag about knowing people who lived near the subway on Fort Washington who were communists. This was a communist stronghold. I was so happy to be able to say that to people. And I had a dear friend who's she's moved out to Queens because she couldn't afford to stay here. She was, Leslie Kagan was a very active advocate for just about peace movements all over the world. I also know that Jarvis Tyner, who used to be the vice chair of the Communist Party, lived right down the street from the subway. Jarvis Tyner is McCoy Tyner's brother. So we have Black folks up here too. And the other thing that really disturbed me, I have this recollection when I first moved up here of the Holocaust survivors I used to see in Bennett Park. When I would go there and sit sometimes, I'd see people with tattoos on their arms. And maybe I dreamed this, but I could have sworn I remember seeing a woman whose face had been erased, who had been a Holocaust survivor. We can't forget about that stuff. And I'm not one to be going around here championing other folks' cultures, but that really is a part of what makes this place so special. That's it for me.
Thank you, Janice. So that's all the hands that I have. So we'll continue to, one more hand. Who did I miss? Cheryl.
I just raised my hand quickly, sorry.
Yes, no problem. 2 minutes.
Yes, hello. My name is Afuya Preston. I'm a third generation homeowner, and I'm also the president of the residents of Sylvan Terrace and part of a historic district within this historical district called the Jamel Terrace Historical District, which is right by the Jamel Mansion. I agree with what everyone has said, but also wanted to suggest that possibly you redraw this because the Jamel Historic District, aside from taking the land from the Lenape, has been historically black and white. Not to mention 555 Edgecombe, not to mention Paul Robeson. It has never been a Dominican historical area anyway. So again, I agree, it's exclusive. It goes everything against DEI. There are many, many ethnic groups within Washington Heights, but also just possibly redraw it, and there might be some kind of communication, some kind of agreement on that, because that specific one ethnic group does not describe the whole area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So before we get to board comment, just a couple things to acknowledge as well. So there was a letter requesting, and the board was provided this, but there was a letter requesting postponement from State Senator Jackson, and a joint letter from State Senator Jackson and Assembly Member Al Taylor. You received a copy of this. There were letters of support from Assembly Member De Los Santos, Congressman Espaillat, Assembly Member Alzarez, and several city council members as well. Again, you were provided all of these copies prior to the meeting. So with that, I'll open it up to discussion, questions from the board.
to the comments from the board? Wint.
Oh, sorry. I'll ask that everyone for this particular portion in general, if you speak into the microphones so that we make sure to record everything accurately. Thanks, Wint.
Am I recording?
Yes.
The district runs along the east side of Broadway. What happened on the west side? Are there no Dominicans on the west side of Broadway? Or is that already listed as another district?
So the district boundary does follow Broadway, and for a portion of the lower side around 155th, and I forget it might extend up through 160th. It doesn't get both sides of Broadway, but from that portion upward, it does include both sides of Broadway. The decision there was the east side of Broadway has had more interventions. The Presbyterian, yes, Columbia Presbyterian Complex has a little bit of an intrusion there. And then also there's other historic districts that were recently designated on that side, including Audubon Park Terrace, which you heard at last quarter's meeting, is also on that side of Broadway.
I see. So there's an integrity to what's been proposed here in terms both of architecture and land development on the one hand, and on the other, settlement by the Dominicans and as we've heard, other communities previously. It just seems to me that in creating this, and we're hearing this from the controversy that's been generated, we're trying to do two separate things that may not be comfortable in one document, in one nomination. And one thing is celebrating the developing architecture until 50 years ago. And the other thing is what has been more recently called place matters, cultural heritage. And maybe we are trying to do too much in one nomination. I'm just wondering how we're going to respond to this, I think, very genuine concern from the community, even though maybe the numbers aren't that many, either in terms of opposition by property owners or by renters and residents in the community. Maybe we should be thinking more about this, because it's a conflation of two objectives, both worthy, but in one nomination.
Gretchen?
Please.
This makes me think very much about Harlem, because Harlem is a community that is considered the capital of Black America because of its current history, but it is built on a Dutch community, a German community, a Jewish community. And I'm wondering what the nomination for Harlem looked like, if it had much more context, because this one, it seemed to me, didn't have enough context.
Yeah.
It was huge, and I thought, oh my God, I'm never going to get through this. But it didn't have sufficient, I mean, listening to what the commenters were saying, there was certainly not sufficient context for the earlier history of this neighborhood. And that's what makes me a little uncomfortable. I'm also wondering if you can layer historic districts on top of one another, based on what Kath was saying to me earlier. If there were multiple nominations that were layered, and that kind of goes with what Wint is saying, you know, that really, it sounds like if there were a lot of Holocaust survivors living here, that's certainly part of the history of this neighborhood. The architecture is part of the history of this neighborhood, all of those layers. And New York being the colony, the original colony after the native people were here, the colony that is really about all of this diversity from the beginning and all these layers of people, you can't leave that out.
Yeah.
I want to push back a little bit and just say that that's not left out of this nomination form. Everything that you just said is in there.
But it's not, it's kind of it's like the prelude. It's like, well, and then it becomes, I want to know how the Harlem one is set up. And I don't know that.
I would like to commend the scholarship that went into this Criterion G exceptional significance statement. And I thought the case was well made, even though it's not 50 years yet. I thought a strong case was made for this to be a Dominican enclave that deserves celebration, not to tear down the other ethnic groups that live there and whose shoulders we're standing on.
Yeah.
I think it's a good case for a Dominican neighborhood.
To respond to Gretchen a little bit, so in doing our research when this nomination landed on our desk, it was definitely a consideration that we thought about carefully, and looked at previous examples to help us guide us through the process. Several of the, for example, East Harlem Historic District nomination, as well as Central Harlem Historic District nomination, do each individually focus on different ethnic groups depending on which one you read. For example, East Harlem focused primarily on Puerto Ricans and El Barrio. And if you look at nominations such as Chinatown, Little Italy, which was nominated in 2009, it takes a very similar approach to what we took for this nomination, and that it references the Irish, the Germans, the Russians in a section of the nomination for a period of a couple pages, and then dives deeper into the history of the cultural groups that were recognized in that nomination itself. And that's the approach that we generally took with this nomination in particular.
Chelsea, I have maybe some questions and or a statement that I'm hoping
Sure.
verify or not verify.
Okay.
This is in part for the audience to make sure there's an understanding. So first of all, this particular nomination, and forgive me, I may say things that are very obvious, but I'm doing it intentionally. This particular nomination is not for the entirety of Washington Heights, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Correct. This nomination has no bearing on the name Washington Heights for the people who live there.
Correct.
Correct. I just think that's very important too, because I fear that that is some of the concern out there, that this will change the name of their community. That is not what this body does. So that will not change.
Correct.
Excellent. So those are my two key things. I do want to throw out into the midst of the discussion that should this proceed forward now or later, whenever, I would like to discuss the name, because to me, starting it as Washington Heights is part of the confusion, because it is not all of Washington Heights. And then I also wanted to throw out the word cultural. It gives me a little pause, only because there are bills out there right now to create artistic and cultural districts in New York State, and that might cause another layer of confusion should those ultimately go forward. And I've noticed in some of the letters, as well as the statement read on behalf of Dr. Hernandez, that the district was referred to as the Dominican Historic District. So I know that is like a lot of layers there, because there's perspectives, there's lots of questions, but I just throw out to wherever we go with this, I'd love to see a discussion about what should this name be, because it connotes different things in people's minds, I think, depending on which one you go with.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, Molly.
If this nomination were to be, the voting would be postponed, have we gotten any information from the community, from the nominators, from the researchers, from politicians about what a next step might look like? Or has there been a suggestion about what a positive, more inclusive or next version of this might be?
I don't know if we've gotten into conversations about details of how to revise, other than more content. It's definitely, maybe more public meetings. I don't know what that would look like. Who would, we would probably ask to have some sort of sponsor for those meetings, someone to facilitate those conversations. Not entirely sure what additions to the nomination would be. The nomination comes to us from the Dominican Studies Institute, and they, undertook the extensive amount of research and writing that went into the documentation itself. At any point, if another cultural group or anyone came to us with the research to argue for significance within the same boundary, we would then evaluate to the same degree that we looked at this one.
You know what concerns me is
Pause for 1 second, Tom. We have a commenter in the chat section who's asking the board to just identify yourselves during this comment period so they know who to attribute it to.
my name is Tom Meggs. My concern is that New York is an ever-changing. I mean, you could have in 5 years a Ukrainian population or a Somalian population or whatever that comes in. We've seen that just in the last 20, 30 years. And that's the beauty of New York. What troubles me about this is that each of those people who spoke in opposition to that, the theme seemed to be, we found out about this in a roundabout way. And whenever that happens, you're going to have a large block of people are going to feel disenfranchised or that they didn't get enough, and it's going to cause a serious blight. And when you hear a woman say, I've been here, I love this community. And I love the diversity of it. That's a value that I hope and pray to God we get more of in this country. That's the future of this country. And to see any of that blemished in that particular, it's a sample of a bigger issue in the United States in general. And I would just like to see that we give that a thorough thought. It seems to me this is a train that's moving a little too fast. And that we might want to take more time to reflect. That's what we do best here, isn't it? Reflect and review. And this is an educational process. And I'd hate to see that somehow missed in this process.
Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of observations. First, as a matter of fact,
Carol, would you introduce yourself?
I'm sorry, I'm Carol Clark, and my observations are, is it not the case, speaking to the staff, that indeed as I think it's reflected in the nomination, only the individuals who are owners of property get notification of the district. This happens to be one of the districts in the city where there are very few owners, as you heard. It's principally all rentals in that particular neighborhood. I know the neighborhood. I bet Molly knows it too. I've walked it. I'm familiar with it. There is predominantly a Dominican feeling to the area in terms of what you saw in the images which were projected on the screen. It is a neighborhood that's often been identified as more of a Dominican neighborhood, and the neighborhood on the larger uphill side to the west of it in our map is occupied on higher ground and has had typically a different census tract representation. So there's I don't disagree with what's been said at all. You've all lent really interesting points, but I think the other thing that I picked up upon from the information that Chelsea provided to us is that there has been a really stinging historical episode, I'll call it, and that's not the right word, but that where there was a deeply embittered disagreement in this community about what to name the community. And at some point about 5 years ago, one of the elected officials who's still on the scene now, in fact, represents the community in Congress, was advocating for a name change that would have brought a specific Spanish name change to the community. And that was received with a great deal of divisiveness and unhappiness. So it appears to me that this nomination, of course, the people in the community have no idea that our procedures are what our procedures are, and that we are indeed not trying to do anything that they're concerned with us doing, but that it's totally understandable that they're confused about it and unaware. And I think in that sense, we do, though there is a feeling among some that we need to move this forward, I'm in the camp of let's take a pause and allow things to be considered and be discussed and be described more fully than the state office has been able to do heretofore. It feels to me that at the end of the day, however, we may discover that the source of the tremendous concern and emotional nature of that concern dates back to this other grievance that divided the community so severely previously.
Thanks, Carol. Other comments from the board? Any questions? Yep.
This is Jay Lorenzo. Just a question. So how does the National Park Service deal with things like this? What's their standard for naming of historic districts.
Yeah. So the name was something that we thought has gone through a long process of review, consideration over the course of this project, which started about 4 years ago. And we were in touch with the National Park Service specifically about the name. It was very important to the sponsor to have Dominican in the title. There were instances where it came in under a different name. We worked to kind of revise it. It is a large section of the neighborhood, and so that's where you get Washington Heights in there. But in terms of the National Park Service's requirements, having some tie to the content of the nomination itself, which in this case focuses on ethnic heritage, Hispanic, Dominican, having that in the title made sense to us. Gretchen?
Just to be clear, if another group wanted to talk about broader history, clearly this is a Dominican neighborhood and largest number of Dominicans within the city and very important history. But if another group wanted to be within the same boundaries, that is possible.
Yes. Yes. We
So
do
this is-
amendments to nominations all the time.
Graphic boundaries and the other boundaries described in this district can always be modified.
So this is a historic district or a cultural district?
It's a historic district.
So why is it called a cultural historic district?
The cultural is an association, Dominican cultural.
Ah.
So if this is Jay DiLorenzo again, so if another group had kind of beaten this organization to the punch, so to speak, they could have proposed a different.
Yes. And as long as it relates to the history and the contents of the nomination document itself and is justified and evaluated as eligible.
But in the context of the exceptional significance, I think we all agree that it is a Dominican enclave. It's something that deserves celebration and not in a process of tearing down other ethnic groups.
Mr. Chair, this is Wayne Goodman. I guess, Jay, that's an interesting point. If another group beat them to the punch, and yet this specific district within Washington Heights is predominantly Dominican.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I suppose whatever that group would be, it would be, you could call it that, but in reality, would it be that? No.
Right, because there are people that are gone. So Native Americans who do not live there can't represent themselves in this district because there aren't any to write to research it, to write it, even though we know that it was their land.
This is Wendell Aldrich again. It seems to me that we shouldn't be hung up on the Washington Heights nomenclature, even if the congressman wants that term used. Really, this is on the other side of Broadway from Washington Heights, historically, and it was where the Battle of Harlem Heights occurred. That's the Morris Jumel ridge along there. That's Sugar Hill, I guess. I mean, but it's also largely Dominican now. So maybe we should look into calling it the Harlem Heights Dominican district. I'm not sure if I'm sure that is not the only hang up these people have, because they are living in the midst of it. And, but we ought to be able to get beyond some of these limitations of nomenclature and.
This is Molly Garfinkel. Since we are still talking about the nomenclature and the naming, I just want to make sure I note, so the East Harlem district and Central are, even if they focus on a particular cultural group, that group is not represented in the title. And alternatively, the Chinatown, Little Italy, actually, those are the names of these neighborhoods. Place names, yeah. So just wanted to make that distinction because I think it is germane to this conversation.
All right, do I hear a motion to accept as written or to make a change? We are at the point where we need a motion. There can be a motion to move it forward as written. There can be alternative motions for changes to the title or additional research that could go into it.
And additional public meetings.
Yeah,
And additional public meetings if required.
I would second that. This is Tom Meggs. Again, I think the local people,
The mic, Tom.
the local people there seem to need to get together and get that, because it's just going to be an ongoing bad situation. And I think in every situation like this, the local community really needs to sort this out. We're sitting here, and my first reaction was this, oh, this is fine. But as I listened to finding out that people did not get notifications, whatever. You don't want to make a good situation bad or have someone feel they won or they lost. But, I would defer to our chair who has, much greater knowledge on these things than I do. But to me, this looks just, for me, it looks like whatever we do, someone is going to be offended or disenfranchised or whatever. I don't think this would be the last chapter in this discussion. And I think what went, we should let people think this through. Doug, is there a reason that this has to be done at this point today? Is there pressure on us to get it done today?
I don't want to succumb to any pressure other than the quality of what's written on that National Register form and our charge of reviewing it and forwarding a motion today.
And if you were making a vote on this.
I wish I didn't know about any of this, so we could just consider this
Yeah.
on its merits and on the scholarship of the form that people took the trouble to make.
On the merits?
We are not renaming anything.
Okay.
Nothing in here is cast in stone. It can all be modified later.
So
The notifications go to property owners. Those are the people standing in the district in terms of the people who actually own the property and have a say in this process that we are engaged in at the National Register level.
So you're saying on the merits and on the scholarship that's been brought to us today, you feel so I don't want to speak for
Go
you,
ahead,
to
go ahead.
move this forward.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, so I guess this is Wayne Goodman. I'm asking the question, where was this division, deficient? And I'm not,
Say that, forgive me.
where was this division? Where was this preparation deficient? Or where are the deficiencies?
Where are the deficiencies? in the
Correct.
National
And I don't see them.
I don't see any deficiencies. You could quibble about violating the 50-year rule, but they've used criterion exception G and made a really good case with good scholarship for this being the historical reality of this property at this point in time.
I will make a motion to move based on your scholarly and professional advice on this.
Do I have a second?
This is Wayne, I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Aye.
No.
No.
Can you raise your hand? Okay,
All in favor?
all in favor?
All in favor?
Okay, let me get the names. Favor, got Carol. Okay, thank you.
Opposed?
Actually, can I?
Yeah, yes.
And abstain.
Okay, abstain.
Is it a tie?
Yeah, we have 5, 5,
And one.
1 abstention. So I was opposed. For it. Abstain.
The motion is not carried by a vote of the board. Daniel?
Afternoon. Thank you for the time and attention given to this nomination. And I appreciate the staff and members of the NR team and senior staff team that have worked really hard to keep you current with a rapidly developing and certainly highly energized correspondence with our office. There has been additional correspondence already directed to the National Park Service, keeper of the National Register. As Chelsea noted, we have heard from each of the state legislators and Congressman Espaillat's office as well. I think I appreciate, Doug, that you have identified, as have others, that this nomination is, that some of the issues that have been raised as concerns, while legitimate for public discussion, don't necessarily fall within the boundaries of what the board must consider. Specifically, a number of concerns raised by the community at large, above and beyond property owners in the district. I do think the ultimate name and the opportunity to build this nomination further are significant opportunities still to be addressed. I will, noting the 5-1 vote at this.
I just interrupt for one?
Sure, yes.
I'm being asked to call for another vote. 5 people sitting near me. Is that,
Would there be a motion to allow that, or how would that work?
you want to make a motion?
Motion.
So we have a motion.
For what?
This is a typical situation.
Taking a,
So the first motion then,
We have a motion to vote again on the motion, which I will second,
but the motion we already had,
is still the motion.
Jeez.
can we restate? I believe you have the, will you please restate the motion
Motion to accept the district as written.
as written? Okay, so the motion made by
Mag,
Max.
requesting a revote. All in favor?
Four, 5,
Okay. Opposed?
4, 5. Thank
Thank you.
And abstain.
and
All right.
one
We're not
abstention.
abstentions.
We tried.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, noting the stalemate. I appreciate your deliberations to pick up on that theme. I appreciate the time and attention given in preparation with this meeting. I appreciate the time and attention given to the significant additional material provided you. I appreciate the time and attention given to the speakers who participated remotely and offered their additional public comment. And I appreciate the conversation here. Your service on this board is advisory to the commissioner and in his place, myself. And so to address this 5-1 stalemate, I will recognize your significant contributions to discussion, and I'm going to move this nomination to the National Park Service for National Register consideration. So thank you. Hello, Anya. In recognition of the 5 votes in support from the board, 5 votes opposing from the board, 1 vote in abstaining, the recommendations and input of the board to the commissioner and in through his delegation of authority to me as deputy commissioner, the board's advice is advisory. We don't often acknowledge that because there's obviously such great synchronicity over decades here. But to address this tie, I am going to take action with my authority as Deputy Commissioner for Historic Preservation and in my role as supporting the work of the board to advance this nomination for National Register consideration. Thank you.
All right, let's move to the next forum.
Screen.
Okay, good afternoon. Um, this is the West Brighton Plaza, which is located in the West Brighton neighborhood in the northern part of Staten Island. It is significant under criterion A in the areas of public politics, government, and social history. And this is our first housing project in Staten Island, and it's a very interesting one. It was conceived of as one project, but built in two stages, West Brighton 1 and West Brighton 2 in 1960 and 1965. And you're looking at an aerial view, a historic aerial view of the earlier half, West Brighton 1. West Brighton 1 includes eight-story brick-faced towers with H-shaped plans designed by architect Irwin Clavin. These somewhat lower-story towers reflect NYCH's general turn towards less intimidating architecture in the late 50s and 60s. They are grouped in pairs in the northern part of the site within a nicely landscaped setting by Clark and Rappuano. Now, Clavin had plans for two-story brick townhouses for the second component of the project, which is across the south portion of the site, and that was planned for elderly housing. However, for some reason, he was replaced by architects Simon Heller and George Meltzer in 1964, and they designed something completely different for the elderly component. Rows of long, rectangular, one-story brick garden apartments with low-pitched tip roofs and wide overhanging eaves supported on decorative iron posts to form porches. These fronted wide landscape medians, pathways, and gathering spots. The interiors also met the current requirements for elderly housing that we've been hearing about, and they were also set amid a landscape design by Clark and Rappuano, who then unified the two connecting paths with parks and activity centers. Like the Gay Ward White houses that Chris discussed, this was also an early example of NYCH's elderly housing. However, this is the only one that featured one-story garden apartments. So the combination of towers and garden apartments makes this a rare example in NYCH's catalog. However, nice as this was, this complex is perhaps more important in social history because its location and typology illustrate long-term patterns of segregation and discrimination on Staten Island. The borough had remained largely rural in the 19th century, with the areas closest to New York, such as West Brighton, which I've kind of awkwardly circled in yellow, becoming both more urban and more industrial. By the early 20th century, West Brighton was a neighborhood of small, wood-framed houses mixed with commercial buildings and small-scale industry. The scale was lower and less dense than Manhattan, and it attracted second and third generation immigrants from Manhattan, as well as African Americans from the South. However, in 1938, the Homeowners Loan Corporation identified West Brighton, which is the little, you can't see the six, but in the upper sort of central, it's a small little sort of round section. It's section D6 and it's colored red, along with other parts of northern Staten Island, as declining, rating it based in part on the, quote, increasing Negro population. So this meant that the neighborhood had been redlined, a designation that immediately lowered property values and discouraged investment, as well as initiating trends toward disinvestment, job loss, and poverty. Meanwhile, as Blacks continued to migrate north in the 20th century, they were consciously steered to the northern part of the island, where once reliable jobs in factories and at the piers had started to decline. This pattern received major reinforcement in the 1960s with the proposal to construct the Verrazano Narrows Bridge connecting Staten Island to New Jersey. The bridge triggered intensive suburban development and set off what can only be described as an epidemic of outright fear and discrimination in borough residents, who made it clear that Black people would not be allowed to settle south of the Staten Island Expressway, which is the yellow line there, which they openly called, as you see on the map, the Mason-Dixon line. They accomplished this objective through hundreds of letters from local organizations and citizens, cooperation from realtors, zoning, bullying, intimidation, and even violence, such as arson, when a Black person dared to buy a home in the South. So while the southern 3/4 of Staten Island was developed with detached single-family houses on individual lots, it is absolutely not a coincidence that NYCHA placed almost all of its public housing north of or near the expressway, and there are no projects south of that line. And that Staten Island's racial patterns have remained consistent since, as it remains New York City's whitest and least integrated borough. West Brighton testifies to the fact that patterns reinforcing racial hierarchies and spatial inequality are often created and perpetuated by multiple agencies and individuals working both alone and together. So this nomination was prepared by Kendall Anderson from Ryan LLC and myself. It was a joint effort. And we have a letter of support from LPC, and it's a tax credit project. And I'm not sure, Kendall, are you on the line and do you want to say anything? Oh, I guess not.
On the line. I have no comment though.
Not sure. No comment. Okay, so any questions about West Brighton?
A sad story.
A very sad story.
American story, typical American story.
Okay.
Sadly.
I hear a motion.
So moved.
Second. In seconds, all in favor? Aye. Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Okay. So this is the Kingston Barrel Factory, and it's located in an industrial area of Kingston adjacent to the West Shore Railroad, which has itself been determined eligible. So I'm going to admit that this isn't much to look at. It's a typical early 20th century industrial building. However, we're not nominating for architecture. It has a very fascinating history. So the building was constructed in 1914 as a box factory, but it was converted for the manufacture of barrels in 1917. It's significant under criterion A in the area of industry because the barrel factory made major contributions to the industrial economy of Kingston. It is also significant under criterion A in the area of social history for its association with prohibition. Now, this cooperage made tight barrels, which were used to hold liquids, so they had to be very precise, and they were much more difficult to make, requiring highly skilled labor. And I'll just note that in colonial America, barrel making required a 7-year apprenticeship. The original owner, Hugh Talbot, an experienced manufacturer who owned other cooperage in the Midwest and South, brought his knowledge and methods to Kingston, hoping to expand his business to the east. The new business was the first tight cooperage, tight barrel factory in Kingston and one of the first on the East Coast. Talbot brought in experts to train the laborers he needed, and then he hired them at higher wages. So because the pay here was higher than that of other local industries, Talbot hired a substantial number of workers, and the new jobs made a significant impact on the city's economy. The site changed hands in 1927, but continued in use as a cooperage under 3 or 4 separate owners. And at its peak, they made 1,300 barrels per day. It managed to remain profitable during the Depression and Prohibition when the company sold barrels to oil companies and apple farmers, becoming a major employer in a difficult era. Its location on the railroad, which is to the right here, was certainly an asset in competing successfully in the New York City market, and the cooperage became one of the Kingston's largest manufacturers, remaining in business until 1954. I just want to note on the pink or the original factory there, the sort of L-shaped portion that's outlined is the original factory. In the lower left, that is the foundry part of it and the chimney, and then the little square in the upper left is a 1950 addition. Now, this part in yellow was added to the factory after the period of significance for a completely different business, FB Matthews, and it's completely unrelated and after the period of significance. So the connection between those two has since been severed, and the nomination includes only the barrel factory. All right, so the second period of significance has to do with this man, the infamous criminal Legs Diamond, who established a major bootlegging operation in and around Kingston in the early 1930s. The factory at 35 Bruin Street was an important part of his operation, and apparently he made it in a nearby brewery a little bit up the line, and he transferred it here in rubber tubing through the city's sewer system, and then bottled, stored it, and shipped it from here. I have heard rumors that they found rubber tubing. I'm sure Went has some. And he shipped it from here. But in any case, the government found out and discovered it and raided the operation in May 1931, seizing $1 million worth of liquor and equipment, one of the largest raids of the Prohibition era. And Diamond and others were arrested, and they were ultimately tried here they were ultimately tried in Troy, and here he is in Troy because there's always a Troy connection. But Legs never served his sentence because he was assassinated in his Albany home in 1931. And I'd also like to say this is our second prohibition-related nomination. You might remember Jennifer's Illinois Alcohol Company, which was also a tax credit project a few years ago. So this nomination was prepared by Heritage Consulting. It has an approved part 1 and a part 2, and I have very enthusiastic letters of support from the CLG Commission and the Mayor of Kingston. Any questions about the barrel factory?
The fact that himself, Legs Diamond, at his demise over here on Dove Street.
That's right.
By 2 Albany police officers that were sent up to have a chat with him, but somehow he didn't survive the chat. Found several holes in him that we couldn't, I don't think it was from woolen suits or anything.
He had escaped death many times. They've tried to assassinate him many times, but.
And
Just one, I mean, I'm not a sharp speller, but, doesn't barrel have 1 L?
I'm sorry, I can't.
1 L.
Barrel just has 1 L. I think it's just.
Oh, okay.
Typo.
A typo, I'm sorry.
That was Legs' fault.
Oh, that was Legs.
Legs, that's legs with 2.
Yes.
That's the way it's listed. I just wanted to make sure it's spelled right.
He's kind of a dapper guy. If you saw the pictures of him, he's kind of a. Questions about the Kingston Barrel Factory?
All right, I have a motion from Tom. Do I have a second? Molly, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstain? There being none, the motion carries.
Okay.
Marie.
Okay, so next we have the Montgomery Street, Columbus Circle Historic District, boundary expansion and boundary reduction. It should probably also say additional documentation. That's a very long name, but a fairly simple explanation. You're looking northwest into Columbus, and this is in Syracuse. You're looking northwest into Columbus Circle and into the original district, which was listed on the register in 1980 as an important civic, commercial, and religious center in downtown Syracuse. So that is the Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception just north of the circle on the left, and the First Baptist Church and Tower to its right, and the Carnegie Library further to the right. And the original district basically ended at the circle. So on this map, the original district is shown in purple. It included 16 buildings and had a period of significance of 1846 to 1930. The proposed expansion is in green. And in 1980, when the first district was listed, quite a few of the buildings in the expansion were not yet 50 years old. The post-1930 history of downtown was not well documented, and folks generally frowned upon listing urban renewal era buildings. So you can see why the original boundary was chosen. These things, however, have all changed over the last 44 years. In addition, by drawing the boundary at Columbus Circle, the original nomination excluded a few buildings that were actually associated with those in the district, such as the convent and school associated with the cathedral. So it was never a perfect boundary. So the goal of the expansion, which was sponsored by one owner who wished to take advantage of tax credits, was to expand the original district so that it defines the entire civic, commercial, and religious neighborhood more clearly, better reflecting its growth and development through the post-war and urban renewal periods. The added buildings represent the same themes and areas as those in the original district. They exemplify high styles that match the sophistication of those in the earlier district, and integrity is strong throughout. The period of significance now extends to 1975, encompassing the full extent of Syracuse's surviving historic core as it presented after the urban renewal era. We have also added one area of significance, community planning and development, to recognize the importance of the latter era. Now, this map may have been a mistake. If you have this on your tablets or whatever, you might want to follow along because this is the photo numbers. But the religious buildings are generally in the center. The mid-century buildings are kind of across the middle. And then I want to point out that we wanted a strong boundary across the south. So over there at the end of the triangle is the Hotel Syracuse, which is listed. And then coming across right around number 17 is the Onondaga County War Memorial, also already listed, but a very strong building. And then we went all the way over to the wonderful Everson Museum of Art and its plaza, so that we had a strong boundary. All right. So, and we've also made a few technical corrections to the boundary, such as excluding the lot of a building that has been demolished and adding an additional modern building in the same corner that had been left out. So all the images I'm going to show you are in the area being added. And if you happen to have this map, I'll tell you the photo number. Okay, so this is photo 25, St. Mary's Academy from 1915 and the Cathedral Convent from 1926, and they're both associated with the listed cathedral. And photo 24, this is the Catholic Women's Club from 1930. And now this is the view of the East Onondaga Street, showing the district's western boundaries. And I should note that this butts right up against the East Onondaga Street Historic District. Now, photo 16, this is our first mid-century building, the Mutual of New York Tower from 1966 by Kahn and Jacobs. And this is one of the major urban renewal projects. Photo 18, these two buildings are on Harrison Street. They were both built in 1927. And this one is our tax credit project with an approved Part 1. It's the former Hotel Hilton. And it was designed by Gustavus A. Young, who you may remember as the architect of the recently listed Syracuse Casket Company. Now moving across Harrison Street, there is the Onondaga War Memorial, completed in 1952. And at the far eastern boundary is the Everson Museum of Art, 1966, a spectacular example of expressionist modernism by I.M. Pei that sits in the large community plaza designed as part of an urban renewal project. Now we have two government buildings, a classic 1955 county office building on the left and a multifunction civic center from 1971 on the right. And these two buildings were actually interconnected when the second one was built, and the Civic Center wraps around to the other street where it has large banks of windows. And the Civic Center was the first one in the country to hold both government offices and performing arts spaces, and it was praised by Architectural Record. Finally, this is photo 10 in the far northeastern corner of the district, which was built in 1959 as the first United Methodist Church. It was not included in the original district because it was too young. So the district expansion completes the evaluation of this part of Syracuse as a single neighborhood, spatially and historically, as it evolved over a long period of time. It reunites buildings associated with the same themes in the same period, and it adds buildings that represent those themes in the later period. It centers Columbus Circle within the district, but expands the boundary to include the later and equally important public space of Community Plaza. It also presents a fuller and more diverse catalog of styles and includes some of Syracuse's most important examples of modern architecture. I have to commend this very excellent nomination. It was prepared by Ryan Cameron of Ryan LLC. Ryan and I work closely with Syracuse Preservation Planner Kate Auwater on its development. and it's a CLG, and I have really two wonderful letters of support from the mayor and the commission. The commission notes that it reached out to all the owners individually in addition to our letters, and it got one support and the rest no comments. So Ryan, are you on there, and do you want to say anything?
I am on here, Kath. I have nothing further really to add to your summarization of this. I thought you explained everything wonderfully, and would just like to thank you for all your help and assistance with this nomination. It was a pleasure working with you and Kate.
Questions or comments from the board? I hear a motion.
This is just to say, I thought this was wonderfully written.
Sounds like there's nothing.
Thank you.
Motion.
Your thing.
Second.
Thank you, Daniel.
Kristen, Molly first, Kristen second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Okay. So next we have another additional documentation project. This is Center Square Hudson Park Historic District, additional documentation in Albany, right outside the door here. This one is slightly less complicated because all we're doing is expanding the period of significance to reclassify 9 buildings as contributing. So this is maybe what, a 1970 photograph of Center Square, showing it nestled behind the Empire State Plaza and next to Lincoln Park. And this map shows the boundaries, generally bounded by the plaza on the east, Washington Park on the west, Lincoln Park on the south, and Washington Avenue on the north. And all of those surroundings areas are listed except for the plaza, and the plaza is eligible. So we had no question about the boundary here, as the whole neighborhood had been very well documented. So a lot of us are familiar with this neighborhood, but just to remind you, it's a large, cohesive, primarily residential district, including more than 1,000 resources. It was listed on the National Register in 1980 with a period of significance from 1845 to 1920. And just as with Syracuse, the history of the district after 1920 was not chronicled, and several important buildings were too young to be included. And in fact, for this one, we didn't even have a building list. So this was a very, very old-fashioned National Register nomination form. So the goal here was to update the narrative in order to document the middle decades of the 20th century and to reclassify a small group of buildings that represent that period and have thematic associations with the district. So this is a good place to start. It shows the Alfred E. Smith Building, completed in 1928 to serve as state offices. And there was not much development in the district during the Depression or World War II. However, beginning in the late 1940s, Center Square suffered a decline as residents began to leave for the suburbs. Quite a few buildings were subdivided in that period, and there were scattered demolitions. But at the same time, office space was in great demand, especially among those who sought access to state government. So the first person to take advantage of this was local realtor Bernard Picot, who built the first new office building in the district in 1949 and rented it to the state insurance department. It's just west of the Smith Building on State Street, and it's the tax credit project that was the catalyst for this update. Over the next 10 years, 8 more buildings, almost all commercial or office space, were constructed in the district, mostly on lots nearer to the Capitol, in the blocks near the Capitol and state office buildings. So I'm just going to run through them. This is the AFL-CIO headquarters at 100 Swan Street, right across from the Empire State Plaza, 1955. This is 90 South Swan on the same street, a commercial building built in 1957 by the Santo Corp. 21 Delaware, built in 1956, originally the Albany Boys Club. 353 Hamilton at the corner of Dove, 1950s. 359 Lark and 259 Lark and 255 Lark, both 1950s. They were both commercial uses. And the last one is at 258 State from 1957. This was actually built as an extension building for Russell Sage College and contained classroom and office spaces. And this building has a different but equally decorative design on its Chestnut Street elevation. So you'll notice that all of the newly documented buildings embody a restrained modern aesthetic marked by simple geometric forms, large windows, and a lack of applied historicist ornament. They are modest in scale, similar in form, and use materials similar to the district's older buildings. With this documentation, we've completed the catalog of period types and styles begun with the original district. And also, with this project, we also, the consultants also provided an entirely new set of photos and a comprehensive building list that described each resource and also updated its status from 1980 if necessary. So that will certainly benefit other tax credit projects, both commercial and homeowner. And this excellent documentation was prepared by Preservation Studios. It's a CLG. We have a letter of support from the Preservation Commission. Is anybody from Preservation Studios on the line? Derek King, maybe? No, I don't think they are. But any questions about Center Square?
Motion from Tom. Second from Carol. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Okay, so finally, we have another additional documentation, but not for a tax credit. This is the Ithaca Downtown Historic District, additional documentation. It is a CLG. But before I begin, I want to acknowledge that this extensive and excellent documentation was prepared by our very own Jeff Iovanoni. Stand up there. He completed it before he worked here. I'm just getting around to submitting it. But Jeff and I are also working on another interesting LGBT nomination that also predates his employment, and you'll see him present that at the next meeting, right? Right. Okay. So all kudos here to Jeff. I am merely the editor. This is 141, 143 East State Street in Ithaca. It's a contributing building in the Ithaca Downtown Historic District. This district was listed on the National Register in 2005, and it's characterized by small-scale, multi-story brick buildings with first floor storefronts, very much like this one. The purpose of this additional documentation is to add areas of significance to the district under Criterion A and Criteria Exception G in the areas of social history, LGBT, and social history, women's history, to document this building as the headquarters of Firebrand Books, widely recognized as one of the earliest and most prestigious lesbian, gay, and feminist publishers of the 1980s and 90s. Founded by activist, editor, and publisher Nancy K. Bariano in 1984, Firebrand became a nationally recognized leader in the publishing revolution that occurred during the second wave feminist, women in print, and lesbian and gay movements of the 70s and 80s. The press produced work in a wide variety of genres by racially and ethnically diverse authors, many of whom are well known today. And it's difficult to state the importance of capturing women's voices, experience, and insights in print and forming women-centered networks of writers, art readers, and publishers in this period. Bariano herself has been recognized by scholars for her contributions to small press publishing, women's history, and LGBT history. The building itself was on the south side of the Ithaca Commons, a pedestrian plaza developed in 1972. The building was built in 1871 for a bookseller, publisher, and bindery, and I think it's a nice omen for its future use. It continued in use for book-related businesses until 1924. In 1930, the first floor became the Home Dairy Cafeteria, eventually part of a chain of 28 home dairies, specializing in old-fashioned home-cooked food. And this is the way it looked after Home Dairy took over, and it remained this way during the Firebrand period. Today, the first floor has been somewhat altered, but remains a restaurant. Other than Firebrand, the upper floors had dance and photography studios, and I think that they primarily remain vacant today. Nancy K. Bariano, the press's founder, was a native of the Bronx who moved to Ithaca in the 1960s and quickly became active in a number of causes, particularly those opposed to the Vietnam War. In 1978, she took a job editing the feminist series at Crossing Press, a small Ithaca publishing house. This work had a profound effect on her, especially because she was just establishing her own lesbian identity, and the literature she was exposed to was a revelation. In 4 years, she published 17 titles and became one of the most well-respected editors of feminine lesbian books in the country. In 1984, she was fired from Crossing Press, but within a month, she had established Firebrand Books in this location with support from family and friends. Firebrand published its first 3 titles in 1985. So the press initially occupied one room on the second floor, and you accessed it via this door and stair. And this is that room. It's actually not on the street. It's the first room back, and its windows were on the side elevation overlooking the alley. So eventually the press expanded into the third room on the floor, this one, which housed administrative assistants, and then into the fourth room, which was her office. And I don't have an image of that, but it's actually behind the rear windows on the second floor. But later, that space was divided off at the very rear for a bathroom, so she actually worked in a windowless office. Firebrand Books was one of the most revolutionary and impactful small presses to emerge as part of the LGBT and women's movements, as well as from the city of Ithaca, which was a renowned center of printing and publishing. It was the first to publish the work of important lesbian, trans, and queer artists such as Leslie Feinberg, author of Stone Butch Blues, one of the earliest and most influential works of transgender fiction. And I picked this because it has the Firebrand logo on it. Other important writers and books published by Firebrand include Alison Bichel's comic strip, Dykes to Watch Out For, Audre Lorde's A Burst of Light, Minnie Bruce Pratt's Crime Against Nature, and Dorothy Allison's Trash. These books and writers had a tremendous influence on literary and popular culture, which is evidenced by the press's numerous awards. From the beginning, Firebrand operated on an explicitly anti-racist sensibility, and 1/3 of its titles were by women of color. The press published in multiple genres, including poetry, fiction, popular fiction, nonfiction, and theory, and it specifically published authors whose views were outside the urban mainstream. Operating for 16 years, Firebrand is also rare for its unusual longevity within the context of small women's presses, most of which were more transient operations that lasted between 2 to 5 years. One of the reasons for its survival was that it expanded into new areas, for example, publishing queer and transgender works rather than retaining an exclusive feminine and lesbian focus. During its time in business, Firebrand's books won more Lambda literary awards than any other press. Many of its titles are now considered classic of feminist and LGBT literature, studied and taught in academic settings. A number of its authors continue to publish and are now associated with major publishing houses, which is itself another victory. The press remained active until Bariano's retirement in 2000, publishing a total of 105 titles. However, we've chosen to close the period of significance in 1993, marking the publication of Stone Butch Blues, the press's most important and best-selling title. Firebrand Books has retained its reputation as one of the most widely known and prestigious lesbian gay publishers in the country. It is exceptionally significant for its early date, precedent-setting scholarship, and lasting impact. The press has left a powerful legacy that continues to be felt today. And this is a current photo of Nancy in front of the building. Firebrand has been designated by the city of Ithaca, which is a CLG, as a local landmark. And I have very enthusiastic letters of support from the commission and the mayor. And do you have any questions? And Jeff, do you want to add anything? Any questions about Firebrand?
Question or comments or a motion? Second? I'll second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed or abstain?
Okay, you're done with me.
All right. Good afternoon. We are going to finish up in rural Otsego County. Both of my nominations this afternoon are Otsego County. And here we go. The Schuyler Lake Stone Church, historically known as the Union Church, is located in the hamlet of Schuyler Lake, the south end of Canandaigua Lake in Otsego County. The church is locally significant under Criterion C as an intact example of Federal and Greek Revival ecclesiastical architecture. Built in 1838, the church has a prominent two-story wood frame portico and a central bell tower. The period of significance extends to circa 1911 to include interior renovations from the 1870s and 1911. Constructed of quarried mortared stone, the Schuyler Lake Stone Church is one of only 3 examples in Otsego County of this type of stone church built before 1840. George Herkimer is described as the architect and builder of the church, part of a committee formed by 3 church societies, each needing a public building for their services, but without the funding to build individually. These societies were the Free Baptist, Universalist, and Methodist Episcopal. Governance would be centered in the individual congregations, but they would share the church building, meeting different Sundays on a monthly rotation. The design of the church reflects the classical styles of all 3 congregations, along with the bell tower popular in Episcopal designs. The sanctuary illustrates a common pattern in renovating churches throughout the region, where congregations replaced classical decorative interior schemes with ones influenced by Victorian motifs that expanded in popularity in rural central New York after the Civil War. The windows were reconfigured in the 1870s, with the 2 windows on the east wall on either side of the podium being infilled. The stencil decoration along the ceiling was added in 1911, and the gallery was turned into a Sunday school room. The stained glass windows were gifted to the church in 1954. By the 1960s, the church consolidated with the Unitarian Universalist Association and is used by this congregation only currently. No other substantive changes have been made to the building. Its current appearance tells the story of both its initial construction, use, and renovation by the several congregations for nearly a century. This nomination was prepared by Jesse Ravage and is an honorary listing. Are there any questions?
Questions or comments? Do I have a motion?
I'll make motion.
Wayne, second. Wint, all in favor? Aye. Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Thank you. This is the Joseph Peck House, which is located in the hamlet of New Lisbon, also in Otsego County. The house is locally significant under Criterion C as an example of Greek Revival architecture with Gothic Revival and Italian villa details. The 10-acre property is associated with Joseph Peck, an early and successful merchant in the area who purchased the property in 1818 and built the current residence in 1852 to replace an earlier, more modest house. This residence was meant to reflect the economic and social position of Joseph Peck in his community. The property stayed in the Peck family until 1958. The house is a 2-story, 3-bay, double-pile, hip-roof residence with a 1.5-story asymmetrically placed gable rear L. The symmetrical fenestration features an intact Greek Revival decorative scheme, an Ionic portico with 4 fluted columns spanning almost the entire facade, and pilasters on all 4 corners. The paired openings with 4/4 sash are also more typical of both the Italianate and Gothic Revival styles promulgated by Andrew Jackson Downing in the mid-19th century. The unadorned frieze and heavy eaves feature horizontally oriented attic windows with cast iron anthecus grills that align with first and second story windows. When built, 3 levels of wood balustrades crowned the eaves of the portico, the roof, and the pinnacle of the hipped roof. These balustrades were removed at some point, but are stored on the property. The interior of the main block generally reflects the exterior symmetry of the house. It retains a decorative hierarchy where the most formal rooms at the front of the house feature elaborate molding schemes. As one moves from the front to the rear, the molding profiles diminish in scale and detail and become simpler. The first floor of the main block features double pile plan with the entrance opening to a wide stair hall running from front to back. The entrance door, side lights, and transom fill the entire west end of the hallway. Near the main entrance, doorways with matching casings feature plain corner blocks and heavy moldings which face each other across the hall and open to large front rooms with identical dimensions. 3 more such doorways, all with 6-panel doors, are located at the rear of the hall. The upstairs floor plan in the main block is like that of the first floor, with 3 large, nearly square rooms located in the southwest, northwest, and northeast, and a service area in the southeast. Decorative hierarchy is expressed in lower ceilings throughout this floor plan, plus a shift to 4-panel doors and simpler moldings as one moves to the rear of the house. A circa 1820 barn is located south of the house and appears to be the only remaining outbuilding from the earlier modest residence on the property. And this nomination again was prepared by Jesse Ravage and is an honorary listing. This is the Joseph Peck House. Are there any questions?
Questions or comments from the board?
Motion.
Move, Gretchen, second. Erica, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed or abstained? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Karen.
That first part is great.
Before we end, can I ask for one quick comment?
Yes, but the agenda is not done because Daniel still has to.
No.
Oh, go ahead.
This is about we keep perpetuating the ideas and we keep using the word slum clearance and still salvageable for urban renewal. And those are historical terms. And we use them as if they are current and as if they are meaningful today. And I think they're racist and not meaningful. And I wish we could stop using them in our nominations. Please. Slum clearance is something that was used to talk about, you know, that those neighborhoods were considered slums. There were perfectly good, there was perfectly good housing in many of those neighborhoods. But the city would say, yes, we got to clear out these slums. We got to get rid of these Black people. We can't keep using that language in the nominations.
What was the other one?
So a still salvageable neighborhood.
Still salvageable.
Those are neighborhoods where they did urban renewal. Them still salvageable. And we're still using that that language is still used as if it's accurate current language.
Right. Thank you.
They could be used with quotation marks.
Yeah, right.
Thank you. Doug, may I make the report?
Unless you want to email it to us.
You'll get it by email at some point, right? That's what Kathy Howe. So I wanted to share several announcements, additional announcements regarding our staff at State Preservation Office. So in the past quarter, we have seen significant additions to our technical unit staff. I want to note the arrival and at the beginning of work by Ashley Barrett, who joins us from the staff of the Georgia SHPO. Teresa Moriarty, previously with the National Park Service Training Center. Lisa Petrozzulli, who is sitting behind you to your left, who joins us from the Affordable Housing Partnership and from our local colleagues at Historic Albany Foundation. And additionally, the National Register Unit has welcomed Olivia Holland, who is here, introduced earlier, a recent graduate of the Pratt Institute in New York, and Sarah Everson, who presented on the Washington Heights nomination. She has been with us in a seasonal capacity and is now on the staff full-time as a civil service employee. So we welcome that. Although noted earlier, I do also have an absence to note. As the members of the State Review Board are aware, the preservation community and the Division for Historic Preservation lost a dedicated colleague and advocate, for our culture, for the protection of cultural heritage in New York when Chuck Vandry died midsummer. Wint and I were able to attend his memorial service, which was really just an exceptional experience. His daughters and their spouses were instrumental in creating the service, and it was really quite special. Numerous senior DEC staff attended, to their great credit, and as did additional staff from the Division and State Preservation Office. So it was an exceptional memorialization. As noted in communication from New York State DEC, Chuck was one of the agency's foremost experts on cultural resources and historic preservation, and his impact on cultural resources is immeasurable. Contributions through the New York State Archaeological Council and the development of standards for cultural resource investigations helped shape the outcome of hundreds of projects across the state. Just last month, so this would have been a reference to May 2024, Chuck joined Interim Commissioner Sean Mahar and an enthusiastic gathering of local and state officials to celebrate the work and bless the final resting place at Lake George Battlefield Park for the remains of more than 40 Revolutionary War era individuals found in unmarked graves during a condominium development project in Lake George, and required an immediate all-hands-on-deck intervention to stop the disruption and address the disruption of those grave sites. It was a remarkable thing for our staff to participate on. It was actually an effort led here by the New York State Museum. He received the DEC Commissioner's Meritorious Service Award, recognition from the U.S. Department of Defense and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, and ongoing praise for helping honor those who died at the Revolutionary War reinterment. In 2023, he received the Founders Award from the New York State Archaeological Council, and in 2015 received Project Achievement Awards from our office for his efforts in preserving Camp Centennial. And Chuck was a mentor to many of us, both on the board and at the staff level, a true collaborator and a staunch supporter of our mission as it applied to our work, and our mission as it applied to the DEC's work itself. And he will be deeply missed. I believe his request is that his remains be cremated, and I sure hope some find their way to Centennial, but we won't get there.
Will the department be posing or pointing or?
Next paragraph, Aldrich. New York State DEC Acting Commissioner Sean Mahar named Peter Rubin as Agency Preservation Officer for DEC just late last week, and will act as the agency's liaison to parks and the State Board for Historic Preservation. So Peter Rubin, we hope, will be joining us in December. Mr. Rubin leads DEC's Office of Indian Nation Affairs, which works to address environmental concerns, cultural resource, and advance shared knowledge through consultation with the state and federally recognized tribes and Indian nations here in New York, and we look forward to him joining our work. In other news, Advisory Council for Historic Preservation Chair Sarah Bronin invited New York SHPO to participate in a panel discussion on the relationship between affordable housing and historic preservation. Highlights of my remarks included our partnership with NYCHA and other public housing authorities around the state in efforts to utilize the historic tax credit programs. That's certainly work that's been here before the board, and to the successful integration of historic tax credit programs to deliver privately funded affordable housing development throughout the state as well. At this point in time, over 40% of our historic tax credit projects have some form of affordable housing component to them. It's probably a nation-leading number. New York State 250th Commemoration Commission will hold its second meeting in October. This meeting, the draft strategic plan will be presented to the board and voted on by the board. It's been in development by commission members and staff this summer. The October 23rd meeting will be held at Ganondagan. We ourselves were hosted there last June a year ago. There will be a satellite meeting of the commission hosted by the Schomburg Center for Black Culture in New York City to allow for easier participation from some of the downstate commission members. I will be present at that satellite remote participation site. So we appreciate that Joy Bivens, who is Schomburg Center Director and a member of the commission, is able to host us in that capacity. The Canal Corporation, Director Brian Stratton and First Gentleman William Hochul were named as co-chairs of the Erie Canalway Bicentennial Commission. They hosted the first meeting of the commission in late August, and I attended on behalf of the commissioner whose schedule took him downstate on that particular day. There is a wide range of plans, aspirations in development across the canal corridor and from Albany to New York City. So stay tuned, New York. And already locked in as a component of the commemorative year is that Buffalo will be hosting the World Canal Conference in September 2025. That is a pretty exceptional gathering, and I hope it attracts participation from staff. Presentations actually there'll be requests for proposals in the next few weeks, and I hope Parks is able to have a big showing there. As you know, 2024 is being celebrated as the State Parks System's centennial year. Among the many components of the celebration this year was the regional PBS affiliate, WMHT, filmed an hour-long documentary on the history of the state park system. It is titled From Land to Legacy. I believe 7 of the 9 New York State PBS affiliates are planning to show it at some point during their fall schedule. It is available online. We will send you a link. It debuted Monday in a premiere screening, and it debuted last night on WMHT here locally. Of particular note, it's an impressive hour. They got so much right about it, but I think really what Dan McEnany and I so appreciate is that there has never been a higher profile for the Division for Historic Preservation and Bureau of Historic Site staff than this documentary. We are all over it. It's Cordell Reeves, it's Lavada Nahan, it's Yolanda Bostic, the DEI officer from downtown, it's Bill Krattinger, our state park historian. It's multiple staff from the conservation labs whose work and images and conversation and remarks are featured repeatedly to the point that it is likely that regional directors are going to be jealous that the Division of Historic Preservation was elevated through such significant attention. It's really quite remarkable. So, 2 weeks ago, and this was referenced earlier by the sponsor of the rec nomination in Canandaigua Lake, but Commissioner Randy Simons joined Secretary of State Walter Mosley in Oswego, New York, with the most senior officials from the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to host a ribbon cutting for the nation's newest national marine sanctuary in Eastern Lake Ontario. It's established from a point to the west of Oswego all the way up to Alexandria Bay. Does not include the St. Lawrence River, although that was proposed. It's about 1,700 square miles of that Great Lake. And the purpose is to protect the cultural resources in the lake. It's a lake with an extensive number of shipwrecks, many of which have been discovered to date by amateur dive teams and researchers, much to their credit. NOAA has already hired a marine archaeologist dedicated to this new sanctuary. NOAA has already had a research vessel on the lake for 2 weeks. They were able to confirm 14 wreck sites that had been previously documented, and they've already discovered 4 additional wreck sites. And many of those are going to be diveable, or at depths that don't require particular technical qualifications for diving. And one of the focal points of the memorandum of agreement between Department of State, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and New York State Parks is going to be to establish a buoy program to allow for safe access, non-intrusive access to these sites, or at least sites that we consider appropriate for that type of access. It is going to be I think it's been welcomed. This was a grassroots, community-driven effort. It was the fastest sanctuary from designation or from concept to designation in program history. It's the 3rd in the Great Lakes. It's the 16th nationally. Sweet 16 was sort of the shorthand reference to it. There is an additional marine sanctuary off New York Harbor that is in the concept stage. There is an additional marine sanctuary off the Pennsylvania shoreline in Lake Erie that actually may evolve into a multi-state, Ohio, New York, Pennsylvania nomination eventually. So significant new resources coming to New York, with shipwrecks in our particular case being a primary focal point. The Division for Historic Preservation recently received $750,000 from the National Park Service Semi-Quincentennial Grant Program, which we are applying to address historic masonry issues, other structural issues at the Hasbrook House at Washington's headquarters state historic site. We are batting 1,000, not only for our NPS semi-quin grants, we've been batting 1,000 with the underrepresented community grants. We have new capacity within the Division for Historic Preservation itself that has the capability of applying and supporting existing programs and new initiatives within the division. The grant writing team has been an exceptional increase in our capability. We should probably put together a presentation from them because they have added millions of dollars to our capability in just the 2 to 3 years that they've been established. And we're going to be going after further monies as well. We've added 38 businesses to the Historic Business Preservation Registry Program just this past quarter. The total number of businesses at this point is 218 businesses featured online as enduring multi-generation businesses, historic businesses here in New York State. Finally, I will conclude by adding to Chelsea's announcement early in the program about staff departures. Jen and Tabitha, we will miss you and your respective energy and expertise and enthusiasm for the work of this office. We hope your time here with New York SHPO has been fundamentally informative to your professional development, and we hope it will be fundamentally informative to to where you take your passion and interest in preservation as your next professional move. So you will be missed, and we look forward to seeing your successes in your new positions. So thank you.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Second. All in favor? Aye. We all did. It was unanimous.
Heard a lot of ground in that time. Yeah, he's capable of it. Amazing.
I know, I know.
Oh.
Take this and just drop them down. You want them?
No, I don't.
I have, like these